Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I carry this pen with the notion that I will check off my argument points, and when I went back over my little sheets yesterday, I realized I had checked off very few. So I hope you will bear with me. This has been a 5-month-long trial, and there's been a tremendous amount of evidence, and this is the type of case where so much of what the prosecution is relying on is circumstantial evidence that you can make points about thousands of different facts. Now, I don't intend to comment on every piece of evidence, and I will confess to you, I have not even had time in the last week, when you were off and I was off part of the time, to reread all the evidence. That would be impossible. But what I'm expecting will happen is that when you're deliberating on this case and you're going through your notebooks, you will see things that you wrote down from witnesses that I may not talk very much about. And that may stimulate the conversation between all of you. And if you need to hear that testimony read back, it will be. It's been my experience in jury trials that no matter what the lawyers comment on, the 12 minds of the jurors think of more things and think of points of view on the evidence that has never occurred to us, and ultimately decide the case based on their own rational faculties and not on ours. So what I'm trying to do here is point out how so much of this evidence is subject to two interpretations, but also to make sure that you understand what it is the defense in this case was attempting to do. So let me put it in the negative and tell you what we are not attempting to do, what we do not believe is the proper way to approach this case. We were not attempting to show you that Jose and Mary Louise Menendez were such bad people that they should have been shot. That's not the point. That's not what the law would allow, and it isn't what happened here. And when I start talking a little later on about what Erik Menendez was like, what kind of person he was, what kind of personality and character he had, I hope to convince you that he simply was not the kind of person or in the kind of situation on August 20th, 1989, when he could have acted out of revenge, even if it had been appropriate. Now, what's so important that you understand this, what's so important about your understanding this, is that as I go through some of the evidence we presented in order to paint a picture of what the family was like for the children, I want you to keep in mind that I'm not just trying to blacken these people. And the reason for that is if what you come away with is the notion of, oh, they were bad people, now let me see if they deserve to die, you will never understand, never, why Kitty Menendez was killed. If you think of this in terms of payback, that will never make any sense to you. Because although she was a highly abusive mother, there is no way to evaluate what happened to her in terms of paying her back. Our point, and we have tried to make it both through the testimony of Erik Menendez, the testimony of Lyle Menendez, the testimony of expert witnesses, and the testimony of the family members, is that this was a family environment that was run by fear. This was a home run by power. And this was a home in which the children of the family became so fearful, and where fear became the only emotion they were entitled to have, that when a crisis occurred in this family, fear is what guided them. And what we attempted to do, and what I'm hoping to tell you today we succeeded in doing, was to show why Mary Louise Menendez was such an object of fear to her children. Because there has been no evidence, and there could be no evidence, that Erik hated his mother, or that Erik was vengeful towards his mother, or wanted to pay her back. But there is a wealth of evidence that he was afraid of her, and that he had good reason to be afraid of her, that it was reasonable in the context of this family to be afraid of her. I think it's easy for anyone who's heard the evidence in this case to understand why Jose Menendez was a scary person. He wanted to be a scary person. He liked having power, and he liked controlling people through power. He enjoyed it. But it is harder to understand how Mary Louise Menendez was a scary person. She was scary to a number of people, but most scary to her children. Before I start an analysis of the evidence which paints the picture of this family, I want to finish up with a few things that I talked about yesterday. It is very hard to talk about this case in neat little compartments because all of the evidence spills into all of the other evidence. So I think I was sort of scattered yesterday, and I'd like to finish a few things up if I can. One of the things I talked to you about yesterday that's a matter of great concern to me is that you not judge Erik as by comparing him to Lyle or by using things about Lyle against him. Clearly, that would not be fair. And it certainly wouldn't be fair in the context of this family where he was always held up unfavorably in comparison with his brother. But I wanted to simply relate to you certain things that have happened here where Erik is basically taking the rap for Lyle. I talked about the childhood and in the incidents of that childhood where that occurred. And then there was testimony in this case that in Kalamazoo in August of 1989, actually in Downers Grove, where Brian Anderson lived, Mrs. Menendez got angry at Erik because Lyle had bought a camcorder and went off on him and was in that posture that we know about. This is her own brother who came here theoretically to balance the picture of Mary Louise Menendez. And if you remember his testimony, he really didn't say a single positive thing about his sister. He loves her, and that's admirable. But he didn't say a single thing about her personality or her character or her parenting style that was inconsistent with what everybody else said. And in fact, this particular story, I thought, was extremely significant because it revealed the repetition of a pattern of behavior from Erik's childhood. And that is his mother would blame him for things that other people did. And most specifically, she would blame him and make him take punishment for things she had done wrong, forgetting his tennis rackets, getting him late to a match. She knew Jose would be extremely angry, and she didn't want that anger on her. If he's going to take out his sadistic anger on someone, let it be the kids. And that was pretty much her ruling attitude throughout the children's childhood. And here it is, her own brother coming in and testifying to the same kind of episode where she goes off. Remember, this is a point when Erik is already determined. He's left this camcorder that Lyle bought in New York with Mark Heffernan that summer. He left it by mistake in the overhead compartment of the airplane when he came back from tennis camp in Florida. But he's already called about it. He was very responsible, in fact, about trying to find it. He had all these phone calls, and he determined that baggage claim had the camcorder. And he's arranged to go back to the airport and pick it up. And he's willing to go by himself in the rented car. But she won't let him go alone. These kids can't do anything without the parent controlling and guiding and directing it. So she insists on going back with him. Fine. But first she has to chew him out about it when the only thing he did wrong was forget it. But he tracked it down and he's going to get it. And yet he is yelled at. She is upset with him because Lyle bought a camcorder. Now, there's also been this painting with this broad brush that Erik was rude to his mother or had a bad relationship with his mother, but there's no evidence of that. In fact, the only testimony you've heard where people characterize his relationship with his mother was that he was nice to her, he felt sorry for her, he was worried about her, he was considerate about her. He was not the one who was having these rude confrontations with her that someone like, for example, Ed Fenno or Carlos Baralt talked about were typical with Lyle. But Lyle had a different history with his mother than Erik did. Carlos Baralt testifies that in the summer of 1989, he has these conversations with Jose Menendez. And he testifies that Jose is disgusted with his children. And then when he is pressed by Mr. Kuriyama to explain exactly what it was Jose Menendez said the boys had been doing, all that was said were things about Lyle. Lyle was having problems at Princeton. Lyle was on disciplinary probation. Lyle had wound up with some flags from an eating club. And when pressed, well, what was it he complained about Erik? Oh, well, Erik had the bad taste to have been attacked by a gang at Calabasas High School. This is the year before, mind you. And they were worried that these gang members had wanted revenge. I mean, that's how Erik was criticized, for being a victim. And yet when pressed again, well, what was he saying was his reason for wanting in 1989 to disinherit Erik? What was the answer? Well, he was going to disinherit Lyle, so of course he had to disinherit Erik. I mean, Erik's got to take the rap if Lyle's in trouble. And that's what Carlos Baralt testified to. Now, with respect to analyzing the shooting in this case, I don't want Erik to be taking the rap for Lyle. The evidence in this case does not prove that Erik killed anybody. And the evidence in this case does not prove circumstantially, because there's no direct evidence in this case whatsoever of intent to kill. That is all circumstantial evidence. And it's based on the obvious circumstance, if you will, that you go into a room with loaded shotguns and you shoot at people. And that was the testimony that Erik gave, that he walked in the room, he shot straight ahead, but obviously he admits, he in fact offers the evidence, he's shooting at his parents. And that is circumstantial evidence that you can analyze with respect to intent to kill. But when I get down to here, and I'm talking about the law, I will explain to you why, based on what we now know about fear and the biology of fear, that does not necessarily mean there was, in fact, an intent to kill. And if there is another reasonable interpretation that points away from intent to kill, you will be instructed that when you're analyzing circumstantial evidence with respect to mental state, which is intent to kill, you have to do the same balancing and weighing process as with all the other circumstantial evidence. If there are two reasonable interpretations, you have to accept the one that favors the defense because of the burden of proof. Now, Lyle testified that he is the person who administered the fatal wound to Jose Menendez, and Jose Menendez only had one fatal wound, and that was to the back of his head. The rest of the wounds on him were non-fatal, and he would have survived them. He also testifies that he administered the contact wound to the head of Mary Louise Menendez, and that was an instantly fatal wound. Now, she had received other wounds that were potentially fatal, but they could not be said to have been as rapidly fatal as the one that was administered to her face. And there's no evidence as to who administered the other potentially fatal wounds to her. She had a lot of wounds and a lot of injuries, and the prosecution has tried to mislead you into believing that every wound means a round of shotgun shell fired. And the coroner was very clear that that's not the case, that you can have a number of wounds all from one round of a shotgun shell, particularly when you're talking about buckshot of the size involved here that has 27 pellets to a shell. And there isn't a single wound on either one of them that has 27 pellets. The one wound we don't know about is the wound to Jose Menendez's head. There wasn't even testimony that all 27 pellets were recovered from that wound, and it was described as a contact wound. But my point is, if you go back to the testimony of the coroner, you will understand that if you shoot one shell in the direction of two people from a distance, and everything was a distance shot except the two head wounds I've just described, if you shoot that, they spread. And so you can hit two people at once, or you can hit one person and that deflects part of the round of 27 pellets, and they go off and hit another person. There is, in fact, in this case, in analyzing this crime scene, absolutely no way anybody or any expert could have told you exactly how many rounds were fired. Had there been such a way, one side or the other, believe me, would have called an expert to explain it. But it is such a disorganized and confused crime scene, and there is so much evidence pointing in different directions, if you will, that it cannot be reconstructed for you that way. Now, later on, when I'm talking about the actual events of those last few days, I'm going to talk more about where some of the wounds are and what their significance is with respect to confirming the testimony that Erik gave about what he and his brother were doing. But for now, I just want to make it clear that there is no evidence in this case that Erik killed anybody. And just the last piece, and this is the post-shooting activity, is this emphasis that the prosecution has had throughout the case on the purchase of the Rolex watches. Yes, it's bad taste to spend money when you've killed your parents. But again, it's one of those situations that are so typical in the life of the Menendez brothers. Erik goes off to buy a jacket so that he can attend the memorial service. His brother goes into the jewelry store and starts this mad spending spree with Rolexes and money clips. The woman who sold the jewelry said only one of them did the talking, and that was the one who made the phone call to their Uncle Carlos, and that was Lyle. But Erik admits, and he didn't have to, I suppose, that he received one of those watches, one of the stainless steel ones, and he proceeded to lose it. Now, if you want to believe that he killed his parents so that he could get a stainless steel Rolex watch, I cannot stop you. And now just turning once again briefly to the testimony and the tape with regard to Dr. Oziel. With regard to Dr. Oziel, there are probably 150 things that could be said about his testimony, and I'll let you all say them to each other. But with respect to the tape, and I do think you have to thrash the bat. You cannot just ignore whole bunches of the evidence. You do have to work it through and make a decision about whether it's worthy of belief before you simply dismiss it. And that's just a matter of respect for all the work we've done, frankly. And the prosecution's worked hard, and we've worked hard. And Dr. Oziel took up over a month of this trial, if you look at the whole everything that had to do with him. So I think you've got to pay some attention to him, but not be fooled. What I put on this particular board is the proof that Dr. Oziel lied to you about what was said to him on October 31st and November 2nd. And lied to you about the bad stuff. And what I've done on the left is what he testified occurred in those sessions. And then on the right, whether the tape confirms or does not confirm that testimony. And on October 31st, he started out, and I can do this with my little copy so I don't block you. He started out saying that Erik came to him tearful and remorseful and sad and suicidal and all the rest of it. And apparently he was telling the truth about how Erik was feeling, because Erik sounds exactly the same and is saying the same things on the tape. On October 31st and November 2nd, he claims Erik expressed hatred for his father. On the tape, you can hear Erik talking only about how he loves his parents and regrets what he's done and wishes he could undo it. On October 31st and November 2nd, Dr. Oziel claims that Erik said his father was controlling and domineering and blah, blah, blah. On the tape, although Oziel keeps suggesting that 13 times in one speech, but not just in that one speech, neither Erik nor Lyle even ever say, yes, my father was controlling and we hated him and we had to stop it. On October 31st and November 2nd, Dr. Oziel says there was a discussion about the mother was such a pitiful mess that she was killed because she didn't want to live anyway. And both Erik and Lyle testified that, yes, that was a suggestion of Dr. Oziel's, and they signed on to it because they felt so guilty that it made them feel slightly better to think that their mother wouldn't have wanted to live anyway. And on the tape, Dr. Oziel discusses that, and Erik agrees with him. He also testified that on October 31st and November 2nd, there was, or it may have been just November 2nd, that there was discussion about killing their mother because she would have been a witness. I find that the most offensive of all of Dr. Oziel's lies. And obviously, there's absolutely nothing about that on the tape. Then he talks about the fact that both Erik and Lyle at different times on either the 31st or the 2nd, it's not real clear, talk about how this murder was the perfect plan and the perfect murder, and there's nothing like that on the tape. And the next line is facts of killing. Now, one thing I will say about Julon Smith's testimony, she says that now she understands, because she's gotten better and she's out from under Oziel's clutches, that he told her stories about what the Menendez brothers had told him. And some of the things he told her were some of the actual things that the Menendez brothers had told him. And others were gruesome and gory and elaborate things that he made up, I believe, to terrorize and control her. And also because he has a very sick interest in the goriness of all of this. You don't usually go to a therapist to have him grill you on all the gruesome details of something like this. You go to him to help you. And in this case, for example, Erik went to Dr. Oziel because he wanted to kill himself. He had been his patient for a year. And at no time during any of these sessions do you know about did Dr. Oziel even approach trying to treat Erik for his suicide thoughts, for his depression. He obviously didn't care if the kid killed himself. He just wanted to make sure he knew all the gory details so he could then be in a position of power to do what we know he did with many other people, manipulate, control, and dominate. So when he sits there at these sessions talking about Jose Menendez as a manipulator and a controller and a dominator, you wonder if he's looking in a mirror, because he is precisely the same type of person that Jose Menendez has been characterized to you at. And we know that not just because he uses those words, but because Julon Smith told you how he deals with people. And with respect to what she heard and what she didn't heard, one of the things that she testified to is that he told her that all the fact when he was bragging about how he'd gotten them on tape and now he had what he wanted, and she believed that that meant his protection, and we believe that meant his blackmail device. But he told her that all the facts of the killing were on this tape, that he had gotten them to incriminate themselves. And of course, none of them are. This is not a discussion at all about the facts of the killing. This is a discussion about what he wants, which is to have the core of November 2nd, when Lyle was talking, repeated. Remember, Lyle would never talk to Dr. Oziel about the details. So if he wants to get Lyle on tape, the only thing he's going to be able to get him on tape about is talking about the family. And we know that the brothers were not prepared to talk about the real secrets of this family. And so they talked about Dr. Oziel's preconceived notion of what had gone on here. Now, keep in mind, when we talk about this, you might say to yourself, "Oh, yeah, right. Why would Oziel have a preconceived notion? How could Oziel have a preconceived notion?" But remember, Dr. Oziel was seeing this family for a year, and he testified that he had formed opinions of Jose Menendez and Mary Louise Menendez. He had met with these people. You have the appointment records that have been condensed for you to protect, as he never does, the confidentiality of his other patients. You're going to get these calendars rather than his actual appointment books, which show you how many patients he saw on a given day and when he was seeing the Menendez family. And you will have the billing records that will show how many times he met with the parents. So he met these people, and in his usual self-important way, he formed opinions about them. And so we are perfectly within our rights and within reason to argue that he could start out any conversation with the Menendez brothers, whether on October 31st or November 2nd, with his own set idea of what the parents were like and what the family dynamic was like, and therefore what the reasons for this were, without them ever saying a word, because he is just so smart-faced a person as to come up with his little pet theories up front. One other thing I will say about Dr. Oziel, and then I shall leave him, hopefully for all time, and that is this. One of the things we tell jurors to evaluate when they're evaluating the credibility of a witness is their demeanor on the witness stand.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
And to some extent, you can look at demeanor and learn something about someone. But to a large extent, that's very, very difficult to do in a case like this. And I say that because I don't know if you felt it or not, but this case was tense. I mean, from day one, it was hard fought. It's a small courtroom. It's been very cold in here. It's been tense, and it's been nerve-wracking. And it was that way for virtually every witness. And to try to evaluate a witness on the witness stand in a case like this, when they're not just nervous, I mean, people on the witness stand in this case were frightened to death. The family members were, and Erik clearly was. But there was one cool cucumber, one unflappable person, so sure of his own rectitude, and that was Dr. Oziel, the only unnervous witness in the whole trial. Now, ordinarily, when you're analyzing someone, you say to yourself, well, if they're nervous, maybe they're truthful. I think the fact that that man sat here in a death penalty trial of two people who came to him, Erik was 17 years old when he was referred to Dr. Oziel, still a kid, even by Mr. Kuriyama's definition of adulthood. He came to him then, he sits in this courtroom, here is his former patient, a person he has described as tearful and depressed and suicidal. Therapists are supposed to care about their patients. They don't have to love them, but they are supposed to care. That's their commitment. They're healers. They're supposed to be in the health-providing profession. And he sits here absolutely unremorseful about the hideous thing that he did in betraying their confidentiality. Not hideous because they got arrested, because frankly, Erik had to be arrested. He was going to kill himself if he wasn't. There's no way he could have survived without having this brought to a halt, without having these issues finally dealt with, without having to finally reveal the secret so that he could stop lying and being false in his life. Because there was testimony, and I think it's well known, that when a child is keeping a secret, it encourages them to be false and to lie because they can't be their real self. And the lying stops once you reveal the secret. Once it's out and you see that people don't shun you and don't run from you, then you can be truthful about yourself and you can be truthful about your life. But until he was arrested, that wasn't going to happen. And he had to be arrested. And if you recall the testimony of Dr. Vickery, jail was a vacation compared to what his home life had been. Jail felt like freedom. compared to what his home life. Jail in a one-man cell in the scariest part of the jail, the high power unit, where all the truly dangerous people are, was a better environment for this young man than what his home life had been. But back to Dr. Oziel. He sits here having nevertheless brought his patient into a situation where he's facing death, and he doesn't have the slightest pang of conscience. And we know that he lied about why he told Julian Smith. He did it to titillate and to manipulate. He's got these weird relationships with women, his wife included. I mean, he brings the mistresses into the home. It's very bizarre. But he didn't miss a beat. Nothing flapped him. Well, Mrs. Abramson, you know full well. Arrogant, conscienceless man. And the last thing that the tape demonstrates, the last two things, is he testifies that Erik had told him that he knew he was out of the will, he knew he was disinherited on November 2nd, October 31st, and the same thing is true on the tape. And he also testifies that they talked with some elaboration about a plan that Erik did, but Erik never talks about a plan on the tape. He talks about having no choice. Okay, the other thing I wanted to go back to yesterday about briefly, I think I'll save that for later. Excuse me. Okay, is with talking about the circumstantial evidence of whether or not there was a plan by analyzing the crime scene. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Dr. Burgess used a term that I was not familiar with when she testified, and that term was staging. If someone has a pre-existing plan to get away with something, which is what plan is for, they would try to make it look like what happened for different reasons than their reasons, to shift blame. And the obvious thing that would have been done here if the Menendez brothers had planned to kill their parents was that they would have tried to make it look like a stranger did it. Here is a shooting in a home, in a wealthy neighborhood, and at a home where the burglar alarm system is never put on, and lots of people know that. And it's at a home where doors are ordinarily left unlocked until very late in the evening. I don't know if you recall the testimony, but the brothers never had their own keys to this house. It was their parents' house and not theirs, like everything else in that family. And Ed Fenno, who lived there, testified that they didn't have keys and that doors were left unlocked almost all the time. So it would have been particularly easy for this home to stage a burglary. You don't have to break windows or use pry marks, because this is a home where people who visit it know that doors are left open. So how do you stage a burglary? Take a few things. In fact, if you really were planning to kill your parents and you know they're in the den, as the prosecution argues, watching television, and you're lying in wait and you're watching and waiting for your opportune moment, you got plenty of time to go up to mom's room and steal the jewels or the mink coat or some of the electronic equipment and take it out to the back, so that when you're driving away later, ready to dump the guns, which are also supposedly part of your plan, you dump the stuff. But you certainly do not go to the police department that morning and tell them absolutely nothing's missing. It couldn't have been a burglary. Now, I realize perhaps more even than you do how limited the experiences of the Menendez brothers were growing up, how little experience they had of other people and other people's lives. But even they, exposed as we all are to popular culture, know that the mafia does not use shotguns, thus bringing down all the attention of the neighborhood. Anybody, right, who's ever seen a mafia movie knows that it's the bullet in the back of the head, it's the silencer. Professional killers are the greatest planners of all. They want to get away with it. They do not use shotguns. So you're not going to suggest, and in fact, Lyle did not suggest on August 21st that the mafia did it. The obvious staging The obvious shifting of blame was to simply say something's missing. I mean, this is the house with the boxes everywhere. This is not the Calabasas house where boxes take up the living room, but this is in the dressing rooms of Jose and Kitty Menendez. There are unpacked boxes. The house is a mess. Yes, Erik's room is a mess. He's guilty because he's a teenager and his room is a mess. But the fact of the matter is there's a mess in this house. And although the police claim now there was no evidence of ransacking, the brothers could have created evidence of ransacking if, as the prosecution contends, this was all calculated and they had time afterwards to do whatever they wanted to do. But the fact is that that is the single most obvious lack of plan in the entire crime scene analysis. Not only did Lyle, by the way, say, oh, no, this wasn't a burglary, he also said, oh, no, well, my brother had some problem with a gang a year ago, but no, I don't think it was that either. He also says, I don't really think it was his business. My dad was too clean, on and on. Now, that doesn't show much planning at all. With respect to the little story they came up with for the police, that doesn't show planning or a well-thought-out story either. I mean, the fact of the matter is, this was, as Dr. Burgess said, a typical family violence, panic, fear, disorganized shooting where the shooters got lucky. And you can never plan your luck in life. They got lucky because the Beverly Hills Police Department dropped the ball that night. And they knew it soon after. Soon after, they're watching the brothers. But that night, they blew it. And they blew it because I don't think they could understand, and it's clear the prosecution refuses to this day to understand how kids could kill their parents and love them and feel horrible about it and cry and be traumatized right after the event. I don't think they want to believe it, and they certainly didn't understand it that night, because all it took for Erik to be in jail that night was for someone to put a little piece of wax on his hands and the gunshot residue would have been there, or to search their car before 8:30 the next morning when it's sitting there in police custody, and they didn't do that, or to follow up with questions. How could you have smelled smoke, young man, if you're not there till 11:45? And then the person who starts crying in the middle of the interview, who Sergeant Edmonds says lost it, was incoherent, we couldn't go on, he would have told you when he smelled smoke. Now, that doesn't make them responsible for the killing, obviously not. But we're talking about, is this planned? And I'm telling you, the whole thing, it's an accident that they didn't get arrested. And Erik said to Dr. Oziel that he was amazed that he wasn't arrested. Well, I'll share with you, so was I, because I read about this case 2 days afterwards, like everybody else did in the LA Times, and I looked at it, and knowing what I know and what I'm willing to understand, I said the boys did it. And so don't tell me the Beverly Hills Police Department, if they wanted to open their eyes and understand a little bit about family violence and child abuse, couldn't have figured it out themselves. But they claim they still don't. I've already told you about the fact that Erik continually drops clues. I don't tell you that in order to say, well, they should have arrested him sooner. I tell you that in order to show what kind of person he was. This is not your cool, calculated planner. This is not your cold, vicious killer. This is not your arrogant, Mr. Kuriyama's word, rich boy. Tell me who came in here and said Erik was arrogant. The only arrogant person you've heard about in this family was Jose Menendez. Now, when you finish analyzing all of this lack of plan evidence, you come back to the essential question that the prosecution does not have an answer for. Mr. Kuriyama tried to suggest some vague notion in his opening, and that question is, why did this happen when it happened? What, if we're telling the truth, if our case is true, if all this abuse happened even, why did this happen when it happened? Even if they're prepared to concede this, these are bad parents. Bad's not the right word. But even if they say these are bad parents, right, the defense didn't have the greatest life, that's no excuse to kill them. That's not the point. Based on their theory, they can't give you a reason why. All of a sudden, after 18 years, Erik would just say, guess what? Dad's not a nice guy, and I don't like my life, so I shall kill him and walk away from this family and take Mom along for the ride. Now, that's what they say now under theory number 3, the control theory, is what happened. But what precipitated that? And I suggest to you what precipitated when this happened was precisely what we told you, a crisis of monumental importance and significance, that Erik had done the thing he had been threatened with death to do since the time he was a little kid. He told his brother, and the brother confronted his father about the molestation. And only the revelation of the molestation secret makes sense with respect to why this happened then. And there is nothing the prosecution can come up with which would make any rational person think, oh, that's it. That's what knocked this little planet, Erik Menendez, who his whole life was circling these twin stars of his parents, locked in their gravitational field of total control and total intrusion and total indoctrination. What knocks that kid who is tied by every notion of gravity, psychological and physical and dependency to these people, so out of course that he can look back and say, my life hasn't been great, I think I'll fix it. That absolutely is impossible. For kids in these families, it is absolutely impossible to think that he wakes up a different person one morning, no longer under the total influence of these people. These people are his world, and he expected them to go on that way. And that was just fine with him if his father would just free him from this thing he could not tolerate. You talk about him being an adult at 18. He is incredibly immature. He should have had that crisis, frankly, a couple of years before. He is a case of arrested development because they didn't let him develop as an independent person. He's just starting to hit these issues of independence, of having a right to his own body. At 18, that I figured out at 12. I've got a right to my body, Mom, don't hit me. Well, he can't figure that out at 12. When his father rapes him at 12, he can't pick up a hanger and hit him and have a father who will say, you're right, I'm wrong, you're not a baby anymore, I can't treat you like I own you. Not in this family. Not in this family. At 18, he's still a baby. Not an itsy-bitsy baby, but mentally and emotionally. When was he allowed to grow up to be an independent thinker, to think that he was strong enough to confront these people, to think that he even had a right to make his own decisions? Abused children do not think, I'm living in an abusive household. They think, I'm sad. What did I do wrong? Why are they treating me this way? I must have done something wrong. They don't know any other life. They don't know other parents don't do this to kids. They don't know they're in an abusive family. They don't know their father's controlling. All they know is this is life and I have to cope with it. But at certain developmental ages, the human organism simply needs to be recognized as a separate human being. And for most of us, that happens a whole lot younger than 18. But for Erik, locked in this family, it happens at 18. He can't handle it anymore. And he has been dreaming of rescue for 3 years. He has coped with his incredibly sadistic and violent father. Not all child molesters are sadistic and violent. Some of them are quite meek and mild. Some of them love children. Now, it's very damaging for a child to be molested by anybody, even somebody who is nice. But Jose Menendez stopped being nice when Erik was 11. And he then started to display the same kind of sadism that other people saw in other aspects of his child rearing, the jumping and this sort of thing. He starts to display that within the context of the sex. Now that is extreme sexual molestation, extreme abuse. And Erik has managed to cope and has managed to hold on with one hope. I will go to college. And, I don't have to confront him because I can't. I'm a coward. He is all in this family. I can't run away because where would I go and who would believe me? And they've made him such a cripple. Mr. Kuriyama says he'd get off his butt and work. Was Mr. Kuriyama on a tennis court at 5 o'clock in the morning when he was 10 years old, drilled and grilled for 3 hours, and then went to school, and then taken around for more tennis courts for more hours of drilling and grilling, and then went back home to have dinner, which was like Jeopardy, and more drilling and grilling, and then had to satisfy his father's perversion, and then had to do his homework till 10 o'clock at night? And he wants to talk about this kid not working? This kid worked every day of his life to please these people. Every single day of his life. This is the hardest working kid I've ever heard of. He should have been paid. They violated the child labor laws, and he has the nerve to sit there. He should get off his butt and work. So they cannot answer for you the question of why this happened when it happened. But we can. And we can answer for you the question of why mom. And it's hard, and I know it, and I've known it since the day I got this case. It's hard to convince people that mommies can be cruel, and that mommies cannot love their children, and that mommies can be frightful to their kids. And we always knew it would be difficult because there's a tendency to be sympathetic to a woman who is married to a bad guy who cheats on her. And there is a tendency to be sympathetic towards a woman who suffered. And I don't doubt Kitty Menendez suffered for herself. I don't doubt for a minute that she was self-absorbed her whole life. And that Jose Menendez and money and big houses and the right zip code were extremely important to her. And I suspect, though we were not able to prove it to you, in spite of trying, that she had a very miserable childhood. And I'm sorry for her for that. But she didn't have a right to take her grief out on her kids, and she did. She was an adult when she walked into Jose Menendez. And she had family that she was supposedly, according to her brother Brian, close to, and her sister Joan, close to, family. And she had friends. And yet she didn't seek to get out of this abusive situation for herself, and she never, ever protected her kids. Now, that would be not nice if that was all she had done. But no, she heaped her own version of torture and torment on her boys, and she admitted it. To her own therapist, she said, I took out my frustration over Jose having to be away and working and traveling on my boys, and I flew into rages. And indeed she did. And even if she felt badly about it in confessional moments, she never told the kids she felt badly about it. She never apologized to her children for putting them through what she put them through all those years. She took it out on them, and all they knew was, Mom doesn't like us. Mom hates us, in fact, as she was so frequent to tell them. Mom will hurt us. And she indeed did. And that's all they know. But she is an adult. And in her misery and her self-pity and her unhappiness, she leaves suicide letters around for her children to find on purpose. She feels so sorry for herself. She doesn't feel sorry for her children. And she doesn't think, what will this do? Here is Erik. They've just moved here from New Jersey. He is all alone. He has no friends. He has no family that he's close to except them. If you hear the testimony, for example, of Terry and Carlos, they hardly knew this person. They didn't even get to know Lyle very well until after the parents were dead. They never spent a minute alone with Erik Menendez. Marta kind of told you the same thing. Yes, she saw him at these happy family gatherings in Muncie, and she never spent any time alone with him until after the parents were killed. They had so successfully isolated these kids from relatives who lived 10 minutes away. They had never had any independent relationship with any other grown-up except their parents, because the coaches came and went on Dad's whim. So there was no opportunity for them to have anybody, but she has potential support for her grief and her misery. Okay. I have another one of these. Now, Mr. Kuriyama tried to give you the notion yesterday that this was just a slightly distorted version of Ozzie and Harriet, And these were their disgracefully ungrateful kids. What I have done is I have read every witness who knew Jose Menendez and testified. And I have written on this flip chart every description. So long as 2 people made it, it hit the chart. If it was only his office wife, it didn't hit the chart. And I will explain why Marzi Eisenberg's opinion of him, though no doubt genuinely felt, has nothing whatsoever to do with how he was around his kids. These are the words that the people who knew him, and this is his sisters who loved him. He was, you know, to give the devil his due, brilliant, charming, some would think, good-looking, clever, funny, yes, at other people's expense, good company so long as he's on your side. Mr. Kuriyama misquoted Carlos Baralt yesterday. He said Carlos Baralt said that Jose Menendez was a good guy to be with. Yes, said Carlos, so long as he's on your side. You wouldn't want to be on the other side of Jose Menendez, said his brother-in-law, who clearly liked him. You know, you can like people in your family without judgment. But even the family uses these adjectives to describe him. And I went back to the earliest testimony, starting with people like Perry Berman. And here is what they say, bear with me, about Jose Menendez. Very strict, sarcastic, ultimate control freak, belittling, ridiculing, humiliating, successful, reserved, private, image conscious. It's not just Mrs. Menendez who's concerned about what the neighbors will think. It is Jose as well. Intimidating, by far the most frequently used word. Intimidating to adults, intimidating to people at work, intimidating to teachers, intimidating to coaches, intimidating to his friends. What do you think he's like to a 2-year-old or a 5-year-old or a 9-year-old or an 18-year-old who has always been under his thumb? He is terrifying to that person. Cruel, clearly cruel. Controlling, intelligent, apparently very intelligent. Angry, strong-willed, very competitive, the understatement of the century. Arrogant, intense. And I want you to see something here. I want to stop at intense for a minute. You remember there was testimony from Dr. Ann Tyler, a witness that Mrs. Bozanich went out of her way to ridicule and humiliate. Sometimes some of these adjectives apply to the way that the prosecution dealt with witnesses. But I don't believe that Mr. Kuriyama or Mrs. Bozanich is half as bad as Mr. and Mrs. Menendez. However, when Dr. Tyler was testifying, she was not even 1/10 as bad. When Dr. Tyler was testifying, she was asked if she had looked over some early family photographs of when the boys were babies. And she said she had. And she was asked if she saw an interesting difference between the photographs of Mrs. Menendez and Erik and the photographs of Mr. Menendez and the boys. And she said she did. The photographs of Mrs. Menendez with Erik has Kitty holding him like a package, just an object, no interaction. She's never looking at him. But the photographs of Mr. Menendez and the children show this intensity. He is locked into these children. Mr. Kuriyama would have you believe it's because he loves them that he's so involved with his kids. I think this guy approaches his children the way a scientist looks at a petri dish or a guinea pig or a little laboratory rat. Oh, what fun! A little clay thing that I can shape and mold and bend to my will. And he is fascinated with the prospect of the ultimate power trip. Because as intimidating and as power-mongering and as manipulative as this man is with grown-ups, think of the possibilities when it's just a little kid who will worship you from birth because they do love you without being taught how, and who will do what you say and do because you are so much bigger and stronger and smarter than they are. And the prospect of this little human experiment to create, first with the firstborn, a little Jose. And then with the second born, Jose's perfect toy is just irresistible for this sort of person. And here, unlike any of the pictures that Dr. Tyler saw of Mrs. Menendez, here is Jose Menendez with his little child, this hand slipping off the bar, staring intently to see if the experiment's going to work. Now, is he going to fall and crack a skull so I can say, don't trust Daddy? Or is he going to make it and be a Menendez, fearless and strong at 18 months? And what is so amazing about this picture is where are Papa's arms? So, because if that baby falls, that baby hits the deck. And he knows it. And it's like Marta kind of told you, he had this little experiment with this bar where he used to lift Erik up. And if the kid wasn't strong enough, he was going to have a boo-boo. And Mrs. Cano tried to stop him from doing that because her own child had fallen off the jungle gym and was seriously hurt. And he knew it. He didn't care if his children suffered. He only cared if they turned out to be the little creatures that he wanted to make them, irrespective of who they were or what they wanted or how much it hurt them or how much they suffered or how frightened they were or what the night was like in their life, because he could care less. So yes, he is very intense, and he is very intensely focused on his little laboratory animals. And he is driven, and he is mocking, and he is aggressive and berating and very powerful, and he is oppressive. And that is a word I think that was, I think, no, never mind, I can't remember who used it. And he put people down routinely, and he was very proud of himself and manipulative and very possessive. And all serious abusers are very possessive of the object. And one of the reasons is not just the pleasure of being able to be the only scientist who experiments with this particular little animal, but the fact that the animal has got a devastating secret. And if the animal talks, the scientist goes to jail. And so he is very possessive, as relatives testified, of his children because he doesn't want anybody getting close to them, or Dad could be in big trouble. He also believes he is the smartest person on earth, superior to everyone else, knows all the answers, and doesn't want anybody messing with his kids' minds. Mr. Kuriyama suggested Jose Menendez was interested in the education of his children. Oh, no, he wasn't. He only wanted them to know his indoctrinations, his brainwashing. They should only believe about the world his cynical view of things. He did not care one whit if Erik learned anything, so long as he got the grade and the credential to get into the school to make the right contacts so he can be the kind of success his father was in business, i.e., bully people and make a lot of money. And that was all he wanted his kids to know. He could care less if Erik knew anything. Why do you do a kid's homework? Because you want him to learn? Why do you drive him and pressure him? Because you want him to learn? Why don't you treat his learning disabilities, which is in his way, and the fact that your wife sits there with a stopwatch with an anxious kid who cannot read well and times him on reading comprehension tests, and when he doesn't get it right, smacks him in the back of the head? Why don't you do something about that if you are really interested in a child who can learn? He is demanding. He is a fun person if he's on your side. He is bright, unquestionably, made fun of people. He is stern. He is obnoxious. He is verbally abusive. He is unfair. He is confrontational, attractive, some say, belligerent, rude, nasty, frightening, charismatic, and I think that is very important. I think it is difficult enough for a child in an abusive home to get any sense of their own identity, to have any hope of ever being able to separate themselves from a parent. But when the parent is, as from a child's perspective, as positive a figure, if you will, as Jose Menendez was, it's 10 times harder. This is not some ugly, stupid, broken down drunk who comes home on Saturday night and beats the wife and the kids and then rolls off to wherever such guys roll or gals roll off to. This is a charm boy. This is an intense exciting person. This is a person you heard who, when he walks into a room, all eyes are riveted on him. He can hold any crowd. He and his wife move through parties like movie stars. That's how they're thought of in this family. This is somebody whose love is extremely important. Imagine if this son loved you, you would bask in the glory of that sunlight your whole life. And when Jose Menendez sets the family up in such a way that his love is all important, and if you want it, you better do A, B, C, and D, the kids are hooked. Because he is, the idea of love from this man has got to be, after all, he tells the kids, I'm the greatest, I'm the best, we're the Menendezes, we could rule the world. You know, all you have to do, kid, is fit this pattern, and then you're my boy, you're my son. Now, he doesn't hold that out for as sure a thing for number two as he does for number one. But that is this humongous golden carrot that drives this kid, that strives this little day laborer and night laborer, this hard little worker, to try to please dad. Because dad is something else. He's a piece of work. People admire him. So long as they don't get too close, so that that mouth of his and those hands of his don't come down on them, he's an attractive type. He is also relentless. He has a sense of humor, usually at someone else's expense. He is very articulate. He is dominating. He's a strong personality. He controls with a look or a word. I don't know if I think it's on this chart. I want to show you something about looks and words. We talked a lot, and our experts talked a lot about cues. Cues is some fancy way of saying you watch the expression on somebody's face to figure out what they're going to do to you. Cues. And in this family, you heard testimony that Jose Menendez would silence us, Kitty, or turn to the boy, stop. Lyle, Eric, and everybody freezes. Now, if everybody doesn't freeze right away, he goes to the Tupperware cabinet and throws everything on the floor to get attention. This is a man who behaves in very extreme ways, and so does his wife, and that becomes important later. But he was known for having a look or a word or a gesture that could control the people around him. And that's why when Lyle and Eric are scanning the environment around them, as hyper-vigilant children do, they're looking for the tiniest things. A little word here, a little word there, as Lyle says on the tape to Dr. Oziel. Because these are not people who talk to their children in any way that you and I understand conversation. There is no up and back. There is no give and take. There is no, Eric, what do you think? Eric, what's your opinion of? Eric, what do you want to do? Eric, how do you feel about? None of that ever goes on. Dad announces and the kids obey. And dad gets displeased and doesn't tell you about it. You have to find out about it through your therapist, who's called by your mother and is told in May of 1989, Jose is really upset. There's this giant rift forming between him and Eric because Eric, this is Kitty telling Oziel, because Eric has not been reporting all of the details of his tennis practice schedule to Jose. This, in this family, is rebellion most severe, and therefore he's about to be disowned. Now, disowned is not disinherit. Disinherit already happened. Disowned is he ceased to exist. Because he certainly, as Eric said, he's not going to put him out on the street. Go out there, kid, you with the $1 million secret, you with the thing that could put me in prison for the rest of my life. Disowned is die. Disowned is you cease to exist. Disowned is we get rid of you. That's what disowned means to Eric. And from a man who has said, I can get rid of this family and get another one, and never makes it clear that he doesn't mean kill. So this is the person who can control in these teeny little ways, and this is what his sons look for. And this is what may appear to you to be unreasonable that they seize on these tiny things, such as you don't have to go to that camp. What does it matter anymore? And that's Jose talking to Lyle that Sunday. What does it matter? Tennis has been our whole life, Dad. You've been telling me you want me to do this camp. You know, that's a continuation of our relationship. Now you're telling me it doesn't matter anymore? May sound like nothing to you, but with Lyle's special knowledge, it's a big deal. And Roger Smith who is not related to the Menendez brothers, he has no bias in this case. He did not like Jose Menendez, and he told you that. And why would you, after all, like him? All right. This is Roger Smith's testimony, and he's talking about what is, I don't think I can, well, do I have it here? No. I'm going to go on this side so I don't block people. I keep turning my back to. Okay, and he's asked, did he, meaning Jose Menendez, behave in an intimidating way? And his answer was absolutely. And what kind of behavior would you characterize as intimidating? Well, he had a very clear way of letting you know through a word, a gesture, a look, exactly how you were displeasing, that you were displeasing him, and would sort of, you learn to be fearful of getting one of those looks or gestures. And then he talks about the atmosphere of fearfulness at the company. And then he talks about the fact that Jose Menendez creates this total front of power. He is totally invulnerable. That's why he is such a really scary guy, that he will show no vulnerability. He will show no weakness. So his children get this picture of him as akin to God. I mean, he is strong, powerful, smart, fearless, absolutely fearless. Nothing will ever, he will never back down from anything. That's the person they're supposed to just up and walk out the door on. Okay, and Mr. Smith says, oh, I formed an opinion based on direct statements by him that the worst thing you could ever do, and this was an occasional criticism of me, in other words, Jose is criticizing Roger to be this because Roger is this way, was to show vulnerability, concern for the other person's point of view. And I asked, did he ever make a statement to you about his unwillingness to ever show his own weakness to anyone else? He never made a verbal statement, but I observed it constantly. And now we talked about how if Jose Menendez had not been killed, he was going to resign at the end of his contract, which was August 31st. And he talked about, to Roger Smith, his philosophy of management. And I submit to you, this is his philosophy of managing all subordinates, not just at work, but at home as well. And here is the point that I put this page down for. And he turned to me, said Mr. Smith, with a sort of smile and said, I've always thought, Roger, it was far better to be feared than be loved. And that does not surprise anyone who had to live with that man. Now I have another page here of descriptors of Mr. Menendez that people used. The ones we just went through are things that people saw him demonstrate when dealing with his children. But there also were people who described specifically what Mr. Menendez, what his parenting style, if you will, was like. And it doesn't sound a whole lot different than his work style, but of course, he's free to be completely over the top at home. And these are the descriptions of Jose Menendez as a parent. Dictatorial, sadistic, unrealistic, micromanager, harshly critical, emotionally harsh, a sick, obsessive dedication. Now, Mr. Kuriyama wants to reward him or call it a positive quality that he has absolutely no other interests in life besides his work and his boys. And I think that's really creepy. I mean, he has no friends. He has no hobbies. He has no interests except this incredibly intense and driven and over-involved enmeshment in the lives of his children. And one of his relatives described that as a sick, it was his sister, Martha, obsessive dedication. This is not just a healthy interest in seeing that his children get the best. Every single witness, the prosecutors got up and said, well, didn't he want what was best for his children? And nobody agreed with that statement. No, he wanted to live through his children. He wanted what was best for him from his children. He didn't care if it was best for them. Did he ever ask them what do they want? Did he ever try to figure out what's best for them? He already knew the answer. Be me or do what I do. He was described by some of the coaches as the worst parent, a problem parent, controlling every aspect of their lives. His sons could never do enough for him. He was businesslike, overbearing, not praising, supportive, or kind, and called them names. Now, Mr. Kuriyama said it's hard to be a parent. Now, it's hard to be a perfect parent. In fact, nobody can be a perfect parent. And I don't even know what that means, having tried and probably failed miserably long ago. You can't be a perfect parent. But you can be, as Bruno Bettelheim said, a reasonably decent parent and raise healthy enough, a good enough parent to raise healthy enough children and to discharge your duties and obligations to God, who gave you these kids. And you don't have to be brilliant and you don't have to be perfect, but you have to do a couple of things, just one or two, to be an okay parent. You have to respect that your children are not you. They are them. They are people. They are individuals. They hurt if you hurt them. They fear if you scare them. They suffer if you deny them love. And it wouldn't hurt in trying to be a parent if you were kind, nice to them once in a while. And none of that, not even nice, happened in this family. So you can say, as Mr. Kuriyama may in his remaining argument, oh, there are much worse cases of child abuse. There are children burned with cigarettes and their hair on fire and locked in closets, and they don't kill their parents. And my answer to that is some of them do. And yes, there are worse cases, individual cases of physical torture. And that's a terrible thing, but physical torture is not the only form of devastating, crippling, arresting developmental child abuse. And you show me a worse case of sexual molestation than the sadistic version that Jose Menendez imposed on Erik, where it wasn't even pleasure. By the time Erik was a teenager, Jose only did it as punishment and control. Because, abused kids, as they get older, they're a little harder to hold on to than when they're little guys and you can terrify them. When they get older, they go to school. There are maybe they can learn something out there about you and that you're wrong, okay? So typically, when abused kids hit teenage, the parents rein them in even more. And here what happens is the time when the sex becomes really painful and violent is when Erik is in puberty, when he's starting to doubt that this is normal. And this persists through his teenage years so that by the time he's 18, these acts are pure punishment to continue to show Erik what sadly was true. I'm still in control, and I don't care how big you are. You can't defy me. I own you. You're just the little planet, and I am still the sun, and you can't break free of my gravitational field. And that is absolutely emotionally true. But Jose was very clever at how to manipulate and control people. Next up, Your Honor, this will be a good time for a break.
All right, we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 1:45 the hour, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll resume at 1:45.
I have flipped the chart now so that it lists the descriptions of Mary Louise Menendez. Again, these are only things that I put up there were things that at least two or more people said. Mr. Kuriyama told you that Perry Berman described her as a sweet, caring lady, and that Perry Berman was a very good friend of Erik Menendez, but of course he wasn't. He was just another one of the tennis coaches who had been jumped on by Jose Menendez, who described Jose Menendez as the worst parent, as doing things that no other tennis parent ever did, running onto the court and yelling at him because he wasn't working Erik hard enough. And Perry Berman talked about having visited the family in Beverly Hills, and he made his comment that Mary Louise Menendez was sweet and caring. I'm not sure what she cared about, but unquestionably she could be sweet. She was also described as charming and fun to be with and a great conversationalist in the middle of these Monopoly games and bridge games and other games when she was cheating all the time. And I want to say something before I go through these lists of Mrs. Menendez's personality or character, if you will, about the people who came here to testify. Now, a large number of family members came here to testify, cousins and sisters and brothers. And it wasn't easy for them to do that for a number of reasons. And I can think of several. First of all, as you know, even though you've been forbidden to participate in it, this is a televised trial, and it's televised nationally. And that makes people very tense and frightened when they have to come to testify. But beyond that, think about in your own lives getting on national television and saying negative things about your own family and speaking ill of the dead. And these were people who the witnesses that we brought loved. Now, they didn't all love both of them equally, but they did care about these people. And it is not inconceivable that even though they saw, and they clearly saw, a very abusive family environment with which they did not interfere, they nevertheless felt a great deal for both Jose and Mary Louise Menendez. And so it was not easy for them to come here and testify. And with respect to the children of the family who came, although they are adults now, and told you the stories of their interaction with this family during their childhoods, I think you could see it was a very emotionally difficult experience. We're talking about Alan Anderson, Brian's son, and Kathy Simonton, Joan's daughter, and Diane Vandermolen, Joan's other daughter, and Marianne Cano, Martha's daughter. And these were the children who spent time in the home of Jose and Mary Louise Menendez, and virtually every one of them was damaged by the experience. Kathy talked about how she had to leave early, how the atmosphere was so oppressive, how she learned to try to make herself invisible because that was the only way to survive in this family, how her own sense of herself, and she was 15 years old and she only spent a couple of months there, was damaged and reduced in the period of time she lived around these people. They made her feel so badly about herself. And she was 15. And Diane Vandermolen, who first had a good experience at that home when the children were very small. And then when she went back, there had been this dramatic change. And she too felt that she was treated badly and her sense of herself was destroyed. And ultimately, of course, she was thrown out of the family circle because she had the effrontery to become pregnant out of wedlock. And Mrs. Menendez, of course, would never tolerate such a scandal. What would the neighbors, after all, think of such a thing? And when these members of Erik's family, who are his first cousins and his peers, came to testify, I think you saw that even for them, this was a frightening and emotional experience. But they came. And I think they came and they gave you the most insightful information because they could relate better than the grown-ups to what it was like to be a child of that family. But it was not an easy thing and it was not an expected thing. I mean, to just say flat out, oh, these two children killed their parents, therefore all their relatives will rally around them. No, they rallied around them because they know that what we're proving here is true. They are the source of the facts. They rallied around them because they know what Erik is like. And he was not arrogant, and he was not vicious, and he was not cold-blooded. And we'll get to the chart that has the descriptions of Erik on it soon. And they love him. And they don't love him blindly. They love him because they know what happened to him. And they came, I think, because they felt responsible. And it wasn't their fault. And I can't imagine anyone who could have stopped the rolling freight train of Kitty and Jose Menendez and derailed them from their course of child rearing. And the few people who tried, when Martha, who had been a nursery school teacher, a preschool teacher for 14 years, when she is at this family gathering in Muncie, and she tried, and here she is, and here's Kitty smiling at the camera, as she always does. And here is Erik. And here is Lyle, sad and morose, as he always was. And here's Jose, the proud head of the family. And when she is there and she tries to tell them, do not grab and terrify Erik. Do not be physical with him that way. And he starts to cry. Do not banish him to his room because he's crying because you frightened him, and have a 2-year-old alone in his room for the rest of the day. That isn't appropriate child rearing. She is first humiliated and mocked by Jose Menendez. Oh, what books have you read, Martha? This is the man who's the expert at everything. What books have you read that tell you this is wrong, what we're doing? And he completely dismisses her. And Kitty Menendez laughs. So they do try as best they can, these relatives who are really kept away from these children, even when they live close by. And of course, at that time, Martha, who's clearly the second strongest member of that family, is living in Puerto Rico. And she has 5 children. At that time, she has 4. And what is she supposed to do in order to stop what's happening in the family? And she testifies she doesn't even get to know Erik very well until after the parents are killed, and they can no longer keep her away, because she talks about how when Erik is around 12, she's told she can't come to his sports competitions anymore. And this is just more evidence, and there's a tremendous amount of it here, of them isolating the children and keeping away other adults who could give them a different view of the world, who could help these children question what's going on in their family, which they're otherwise unable to do. And then we have Terry and Carlos Baralt, who are extremely sweet people and nice people, and I think it must be quite pleasant to be one of their 4 daughters. But they were not the parents of Erik and Lyle Menendez, and they had no independent relationship with Erik at any time, not before nor after even the parents died, although they had a relationship with Lyle. And particularly Terry was very, very nervous as a witness. And these are the people who lived closest. And I think in looking at their testimony, I think they must feel very, very badly that they couldn't have done more. And yet even they tried, and they're quite meek and mild people. They couldn't hold a candle to Jose and Kitty when it comes to personal strength. And they tried to tell them, wait a minute, when, for example, Kitty is leaving Erik alone all the time, or losing the children at the mall. Terry says to her, this isn't right. Let's go get the kids. They're lost at the mall. Oh, no, now I know where they are. I can continue shopping, without any thought of what a child who's lost feels like, how anxious and frightened they are, or what a child feels like who's sitting in the security office at the mall for 2 hours, knowing their mother's been paged and knowing she doesn't care. She isn't going to come. And what kind of kids are they? They sit there like little soldiers for 2 hours. You don't ever hear that they were so disruptive that the security guards had to go and find mother. They just sit there obediently with an abandoning mother and wait, because eventually she'll be done buying shoes and will come get them. And Terry sees this, and it bothers her, and she says something about it, and it gets her nowhere. And Carlos sees this philosophy of this family. Winning is all that matters. You do not value your kids if they do anything less than bring home the trophy. Winning is all that counts. They will never measure up unless they're number 1. And Carlos knew how sick that is, how destructive that is of any notion the child might ever have of being a worthy human being. And he says he tries over the years to tell Jose, don't do that. And of course, he's mocked and ignored like everyone else. But I think in spite of their efforts, I think they feel now, if they had only known everything. And they saw a lot, but sometimes you don't see what's right under your nose. And let me give you the biggest example. This photograph. This photograph was featured in the Los Angeles Times right, I think it was in July no, it wasn't July, it was October of 1989. They did this whole story about the homicides. And some of you, when we were talking to you in jury selection, have even seen that. It's right there. It's reprinted. His hand is in his child's crotch. Now, that doesn't prove he's molesting, but it proves he owns them. He can put his hands anywhere. And the family's all around. This is a family gathering. This is when Erik has this thing on his face that nobody can remember. And here they are. And here's Terry. And here's Carlos. And here are their 4 daughters. And here's Mary Louise Menendez. And this is little Peter Cano, and here's Lyle, and here's Erik, and everybody's there, and they don't see it because they can't conceive that their family is sick. And nobody wants to believe that. And it's a weird picture, and he's so happy with himself, Mr. Menendez. And here is Erik smiling at his big brother, who he idolizes. And here's Erik with this mark on his face. And here's Erik with Terry and Carlos's 4 daughters. And now the smile seems a little forced. Erik of the million smiles. And no one even asks, what's on his face? How does it get there? They don't even remember it. And why should they remember it? If you remember the testimony of Faith Goldsmith, these kids were hurt all the time, and hardly a surprise since their mother will not protect them. Faith testifies about, I didn't put that particular picture here. She testifies about in the Muncie house, there's a railing, and you will see it. They had an outdoor deck, and the deck is on the 2nd story, and it has a railing up above it. And Lyle is 5 years old, and he's walking along this deck, and Mary Louise could care less if the kid falls and breaks his head. Oh, he won't fall. She's very brave for her children's health. And so they're hurt a lot because no one is taking care of them, and nobody notices. It's, oh, they're boys. And that's a theme that runs through this trial from the prosecution side, and a theme that I'm happy to say both Faith Goldsmith and Terry Baralt refused to buy into, and they were very firm about it. Little boys suffer as much as little girls. Little boys need love and support and comforting and nurturing as much as girls. And when little boys are sexually molested, it is just as horrific, if not more so, than girls. Miss Lansing asked something in her final argument, and I'll ask you the same question. Would you feel any differently about what happened to my client if my client's name was Erika Menendez? Would it make any difference to you if he was a girl who was sadistically sexually molested by her father? Because if it would, it shouldn't. Because men are human and boys are human, and men and women suffer and boys and girls suffer, and it is no different. And the only difference is something that every single one of you, all of you, including the alternate jurors, understood and acknowledged in the juror questionnaire. We asked you 2 questions. One of them was, do you think there's, and I haven't looked at it recently. I mean, I've had your answers given to me by Miss Morrissey, who did the legwork, but the question was, do you think that boys have a greater reluctance to report sexual abuse? And you all said, yes, you do. And you were asked, why do you think that? And you all understood there is this sexist sexual stigma in our society, a cultural stigma that men are supposed to be brave and they're not supposed to be victims. And that makes it hard, as Dr. Briere testified, as Dr. Burgess testified, as Dr. Tyler testified, it makes it twice as hard for little boys not only to report what's happening, but to feel that what's happening to them is wrong. Boys are not supposed to be victims. Girls can be victims. And certainly in this family, boys are supposed to be braver than brave and tougher than tough and more fearless than fearless. So that was one question you answered. And the other question you answered was whether you should blame the victim. Whether if a boy, even a teenage boy, is being sexually molested, is it his fault? And every one of you answered, no, you can never blame the victim. Now, I suggest to you that in his closing argument, Mr. Kuriyama is going to make a revolting suggestion. And I'm not going to tell you what it is, but stay awake during his argument and listen for it. And this revolting suggestion is akin to blaming the victim for what happened here. Okay. I have put on the board the descriptions of, I have explained to you, I hope, what some of the conflicts that this family felt and how extraordinary it is that they were willing to come here. And that the only reason they were willing to do that is they know their nephews and they know their cousins in a way that unfortunately you never can, because you can't really know someone through their testimony and you can't sit down and talk to them. It's against the rule. These are the descriptions that people gave of Mary Louise Menendez. And it starts way, way back. It starts before she even has children. Faith and Peter Goldsmith are their friends, and Faith is the first person who describes her as extremely competitive. And then we have immense temper, which is a descriptor that Alan Anderson gave. Mesmerized, and going back even to when the family is living in Muncie. Remember, Erik is born in 1970. He's 2 years old when they leave Muncie. This little photograph is taken when they're living at Muncie. So are these. This is Hinsdale, but these are Muncie. This is Muncie. And even when they're living there, she has this tendency to space out, to suddenly be lost, to seem to be reacting to a set of emotions that have nothing to do with what's going on around her. Both her rages, and Alan described her throwing all this glassware in the sink, breaking all these things that would start for no reason and end for no reason, and her spacing out. She is not well. And the significance of that is not that she's not well, but that her children cannot possibly know what to expect from her. She cannot be apart from her behavior towards them, she has got to be an unsettling figure in their life. You don't know what to expect from mother because she behaves in ways that have nothing to do with what I do. And a person who feels that way, if you live with a person like that, you feel really helpless and you feel unable to affect that person, unable to influence what they do to you. Non-interfering refers to the fact that she never would stop Jose from doing the things he did to the kids. Enraged, angry, sarcastic, hostile. You may remember the testimony of the coach, Charles Wadlington, who saw much more of her than he saw of Jose Menendez, because she would sit there. And this, on the surface, looks like great dedication, but when you analyze it, is great obsessiveness. She would sit there through these long 6-hour tennis practices while Charles Wadlington is working with the kids, and he says he saw Mr. Menendez was only there occasionally. She was there every time, and he saw her unremittingly hostile and sarcastic to the kids. Never positive, never nice. He is the person who said he personally never saw her smile. Private and secretive is a critical word in this case. It is not just that the children had to be secretive. It's that the entire family was masked in this veil of secrecy. They projected a certain public image which fit their need for status and to be viewed a certain way. And what was going on inside that family never left the doors of their houses, whichever house it was. And she was the most secretive of the secret. They called her brother, Brian Anderson, to testify. And Mr. Anderson told you he was the closest person in the world to his sister, and she confided in him. And then we went through the litany of all the things he didn't know. And it was obvious that she didn't tell him any more than she told anyone else. She told no one what was going on in this family. She said to him, I have an infidelity problem, period. Not, I'm suicidal, I'm depressed, I'm miserable. He's been cheating on me for 8 years. I went to New York, I tracked the woman down. I spoke to her, I took her photograph. I think about her day and night. I have panic attacks about it. I've been in therapy 3 years. I can't get past this. It's the be all and end all of my life. None of it. No medication. No suicide thoughts. No sitting in the bathtub with a razor. No taking too many pills and winding up at the hospital. No constant thoughts of suicide for 2 years. None of it. And to no one was there ever said, the boys are not doing well. Erik has learning disabilities. Lyle wets his bed. None of the negative things ever came out because this was the perfect American success story. This was the perfect family. And they are the perfect parents, and they are creating the perfect products. And no one is allowed to know that these are normal children at birth with normal children limitations that they are distorting beyond recognition. And that Erik grows up with tremendous disabilities to overcome. And not only are those disabilities not treated, they're not acknowledged. And he does overcome most of them. The fact that he gets into college, the fact that he does well at the SAT is being held against him. Can you imagine the work it took for him to be able to perform that way in order to meet his parents' expectations. But of course, he wasn't good enough for them because he wasn't perfect. I wanted to bring the crime scene picture, the foyer. Thank you. And so secretiveness is important because secretiveness is reinforced with the children. They know their parents don't talk. They are instructed. One of the cousins testified, I think it was Diane, that when they went over to other relatives' house, be sure not to talk about anything going on in here. Be sure not to talk about your grades or your schoolwork or any problems. Now, the prosecution may argue there couldn't have been sexual molestation going on here because, after all, they had all these different cousins living in their house. Yes. And these are the cousins who tell you that when Jose Menendez walks into the bedroom with either of his sons, no one else is allowed to even go down the hallway. No one listens at the door. No one goes in. No one sees what he does. Diane Vandermolen testified that when she was living in the house, there would be occasions when Jose Menendez would be alone with Erik in his room. And the only place he ever was alone with Erik was in Erik's bedroom. And even Ed Fenno, fast forward years later, Beverly Hills house. Where is Jose Menendez ever alone with Erik? In Erik's bedroom. This is not number one son who gets 3-hour knee-to-knee, head-to-head lectures in the basement or in the family room or in the green room at Pennington or in the paneled study at the Beverly Hills house. No, there are no conversations ever between Jose Menendez and Erik Menendez that are witnessed by other people. They are only in his bedroom. And Diane Vandermolen testifies there would be occasions when after one of these little private things in Erik's bedroom, Jose Menendez would come down to dinner. And these are before dinner. And Erik testified he was molested usually before dinner. He would come down to dinner and say, Erik's not feeling well, or Erik's upset. He won't be coming to dinner tonight. And where else did we hear that? Fast forward to Kalamazoo. And we have Pat Anderson, who the prosecution quote from, even though her version of what she saw is completely different than the witness they called, Brian Anderson. We fast forward to Kalamazoo, and Pat Anderson says, this is not the last game he lost, by the way. You may not remember this from Erik's testimony, but Brian makes it clear he's not there. They're not there at the end of the Kalamazoo tournament. This is the penultimate loss. This is the day before when he loses and he's frustrated and he's been harangued by his father and he says the aggressive words, shut up. And what happens is after he loses here, Jose goes off with him into his room. And the rest of the family is waiting to go to dinner. And nobody goes to the room and knocks on the door. And Jose has a key to this room, we find out later. But they wait and they wait and they wait and they wait. And eventually Jose comes out and says, Erik's upset. He won't be coming to dinner. And they walk back to the room and Jose uses his key and opens the hotel room door and does not allow Pat to go in there, who wants to hug Erik because she feels so sorry for this arrogant boy who is punishing himself and feeling horrible about himself because he has lost a tennis match. And she's not allowed to go in there, and they go off to dinner. And then Kitty disappears and goes back to her room for a while. And she rejoins them at dinner and is totally spaced out. So the fact that there were periodically these other kids who were completely controlled and humiliated and ridiculed, just like the boys were, living in their home was no threat to Jose Menendez and his secret. And now we're talking about these descriptions of Mary Louise Menendez, that she was status conscious and image conscious. You remember the testimony of her sister Joan saying how excited she was when the closing on the Beverly Hills house happened because she got her zip code. Remember the testimony of Dr. Cox. She's talking about her alcoholism, her dependency on alcohol, which she won't treat and she won't deal with and she won't go to programs because there's nothing wrong with her that her husband paying more attention to her won't fix in her mind. And she's talking to Dr. Cox about this problem that she won't deal with, and she brags to him that she's a cognac alcoholic. And as Dr. Cox testified, she seemed to think that gave her better status. She was described as dominant, as strong-willed, as physically strong. Now, the significance of that is you heard some allusions to this notion of the battered wife. And I think we've all been exposed in the popular press, even over the last few years, to notions of what is a battered wife. And we all picture this poor, pathetic, helpless woman who has been trained through her ineffectuality in trying to stop abuse. She has been trained to feel helpless, that there is nothing she can do. And that is the classic picture. And the prosecution has tried to make Mary Louise Menendez look like such a battered wife and such a victim. But you don't hear people who know her describe her that way. She is tough. She is strong. She beats up on Jose Menendez in front of Terry and Carlos Baralt. She hits him. She fights back in private in ways she doesn't fight back in public. But more important, instead, the classic battered wife, let's take the typical battering family which happens to be more common, though not exclusively so. The batterer is the husband, father. And we have the poor victimized wife, and we usually also have the poor victimized kids. And there is in these families, however ineffectual these poor, weak women may be, there is a union and a joinder between them and the other victims, which are the kids. And even if she's ineffectual in really protecting the kids or stopping the battering, at least she acknowledges, children, we're all in this together. Children, you're right. Daddy got drunk and Daddy beat up on us, and I'm sorry, and I wish I could stop it, but I'm scared too. And you never, ever, ever heard that that was how Mary Louise Menendez dealt with her children. Oh no. When Lyle goes to her, she is threatening to commit suicide. She leaves the letter on purpose for Erik to find, okay? And when he finds it, and he calls his brother, and he's hysterical, and he's upset, Lyle reaches out for his mother and says, Mother, come live with us. You and me and Erik will go live back east, get away from him. This is awful what he's done to you. And he has also humiliated her publicly for years, mocked her, made fun of her, put her down in front of the children, in front of the relatives. This is his sense of humor at work. And so Lyle offers her, be our mother, we'll be your sons. Let's go off and get away from this guy. Oh no, there's nothing wrong with your father. You're the problem in this family. So far from the typical battered wife who sees that her children are being victimized as well, who offers them any kind of acknowledgement. You know, sometimes that's all it takes for an abused kid to survive. Just tell them, I know what you're going through. I'm sorry. No one ever said that to these kids. No one ever said that to Erik. Look at all the teachers who came here. Poor Erik, sad Erik, anxious Erik, pathetic Erik. You hear it over and over again because that's clearly what he was like. Did any of them ever say, Erik, I know what you're going through, and I'm sorry? No. Not only did they never stop it, they never acknowledge it. So what does the kid think? He thinks that what's happening is what should be happening. He thinks it's his fault. He thinks this is normal because no one ever says, your parents are wrong and you're a victim. No one ever says it. And the last person in the world who's going to say it is Mary Louise Menendez, who spends far more time with her children than Jose does, and has far more opportunity to be nice to them and isn't, and therefore has far more opportunity to be unremittingly critical, hostile, nasty, unsupportive of both of them, but especially in ways that never applied to Lyle of Erik, because she decided that her learning disabled child was going to be fixed by her. She was going to teach him. And every single session over homework and every single session over teaching was just another excuse for her to go in a rage, to call him stupid and dummy and idiot and all the other words that she used. And that's what kind of battered wife she was. She was also disorganized. She was also reckless. And we talked a lot about, and you might have thought we're just nitpicking, about the dirt and the filth and the disorganization and her reckless driving and all the rest of it. And the point of that was not to make her look bad. The point of that was to show what utter chaos. There was order and structure and pressure and forced work on the one hand, and then there's chaos, always running late, never having clean clothes to put on the other. Where in this world does a child find a place of repose? Where is there a minute's peace? Where is there any source of feeling secure? None. Now, Is that mean, oh, they're bad people then? No. But what do you turn into when you're a person where there's no peace, there's no comfort, There's no security. There's no support. You turn into a scared, anxious, nervous, fearful wreck. She was intimidating, in your face, frustrated, unhappy, clearly, and unwilling to do anything about it either. Critical, intelligent, capable, scary, aggressive, stubborn. Remember, there was, it was Terry Baralt who said you could not say no to her. If she wanted you to do something, you could not say no to her. And this came up in the context of when Jose and Mary Louise Menendez are buying Lyle a condominium to live in, the condominium that had 2 master suites so that when they went back east, they could live in one of them. And Mary Louise Menendez is very concerned. This is in the summer of 1989. He's long since broken off with Jamie Pisarcik, but she definitely does not want Lyle near Jamie Pisarcik. This is the girl who isn't high enough in social status for Mrs. Menendez to marry number 1 son. And so she's telling Terry that she wants Terry to have a key to the condominium so she can run over there behind Lyle's back. This is the respect she shows her child, and check and make sure that that gold digger, Jamie Pisarcik, is not hanging around him anymore. Now, Ms. Pisarcik comes in here and testifies to a few truly remarkable things. But one of the things she claims is that same summer, she and Mrs. Menendez are just thick as thieves. They're just the best of all friends. And Mrs. Menendez even allows her to use the telephone credit card for the specific purpose of Jamie and Lyle getting together at a tennis tournament. I just put that in your head because when I get to Jamie Pisarcik and her credibility, I think that's a very important point, that we know what Mrs. Menendez thought of Jamie. And it is inconceivable that she's trying to put Jamie back together with Lyle when she's telling Terry, go spy, make sure that gold digger isn't around my son anymore. But the point of this is Terry was very uncomfortable doing this, to spy on the kid, to sneak into his condominium. And she tried to refuse. And she said it was very hard to say no to Mary Louise Menendez. She would get her way no matter what. Now, she was also described as pathetic. And she cried for weeks and weeks and weeks after they first got to California when she first learned of the affair. And that is pathetic. It is pathetic that as an adult woman with a family and with a support system, she could not pull herself up and put her life together. That she wanted to see herself as a victim, and she certainly wanted her children to see her as a victim, and she blamed her children for her victimization, including Thursday night before she was shot. And we will talk about the significance of that in the next section. In any event, she was pathetic, right, and spaced out and tense and always late and in a hurry and intense and frightened of Jose sometimes, and incoherent and very nervous and depressed, clearly, and suicidal, yes, and very violent and screaming and very fearless and tough and self-confident and powerful, and ascribed to the theory that you cheat to win. And she cheated all over the place. She lied about her age. She helped Erik get a false driver's license. She did their schoolwork for them. She cheated at games. She lied about her family. She was bright. She was a fun person. She was a good friend. She was confrontational and fierce and rigid and suspicious and confused and indecisive and bizarre and strange and, some would say, attractive. And I ask you, would you ever leave your child with this woman? Is this a mommy? And you heard Faith Goldsmith testify that she would frequently take care of Erik and Lyle when they were little, but never, ever, ever would she leave her children, her daughters, alone at Kitty Menendez's house. Now, I've also put together descriptions of Mary Louise Menendez as a parent. Hostile, cold, and they said more about what she didn't do than what she did do, because to a large extent, her direct sins against her children were sins of omission. She didn't mother them. She wasn't a mother to them. She was not loving, not nurturing, not protective. She did have a total dedication, as did Jose, to their sports. She spoke abusively. She was not affectionate. She was not demonstrative. She was not praising, comforting, supportive, tender, or kind. She was overbearing. She was very defensive, because she's so defensive at the schools because they're not really separate people. It's not their failures. They're not the ones who cheat on a test or copy from the World Book or do any of that. It's hers because they are an extension of her, just as they are for Jose. They are not independent people. And therefore, that is why she is so hooked into their performance. They're her objects. They belong to her. If they do well, she's done well. If they do badly, people would criticize her. That's why she never acknowledges them as people. She is overbearing, very defensive, and possessive. And let me show you this. Put it in the middle so you can all see it. This is a crime scene photograph. This is a photograph taken in the foyer through the double doors into the family room. And Mrs. Menendez's body is still on the floor in this picture. And I submit to you that to the only extent that her children ever meant anything to Mrs. Menendez, in the only way they were ever valuable to her, they are pictured in this photograph. Because along the top of the bookcase are their trophies. And all they ever meant to her were potential trophies. And all she ever valued them for were the trophies that they brought home. And how pathetically true that is proved by the prosecution calling Brian Anderson as a witness, her brother, who came here to do Eric harm, whatever his agenda may be, to do Eric harm, to do the prosecution some good. And he came here and he was asked, did you ever see your sister? And the word was ever. Show any affection for Eric. Oh, yes, he said. When Eric was 18 years old at Louisville and he had just won in tennis, she hugged him. And that, folks, was it. And this man claims to have been around the family for years, although he doesn't even remember Eric existing when they lived in Hinsdale. He doesn't know the ages of his nephews. He was off by over 3 years. But he claims to be intimately connected to this family. And so he is asked, what signs of affection did she ever show? He's not asked, did she hug? What sign of affection did she ever show? Well, the little trophy won something. She was elated, he said. Yay, Eric, now you can exist. Lose and die. Win and we are happy. And here he is. There's Eric and there's Lyle, and that's all that mattered to them about Eric and Lyle. Win and bring us glory and bring us fame and be our perfect little laboratory rats. Well, the problem is children don't always, and particularly children who are pressured the way these are and twisted the way these are, they don't always turn out to be little perfect products. I remember when I was in college, this whole notion of what it is to be a parent and what it is to be a child was brought home to me by a Spanish author named Miguel de Unamuno, who I unfortunately had to read in Spanish, which was quite a suffering project. But he wrote a story that was called The Walnut Tree. In the Spanish, I don't remember what walnut tree is. And it was a story about two brilliant, competitive, success-oriented young parents, a perfectly wonderful male and a perfectly beautiful female, and they were both professors of something or another, and they were great geniuses. And they, in a very rational and scientific way, decided to have a child, and this would be the perfect child, because they were the perfect parents. And so they gave birth to a child who was physically deformed and who was not mentally bright in the way they wanted. His IQ was not 150. And they rejected him entirely. And so the only person that he could befriend, they were also very wealthy. They lived, I mean, it's weird how some things prefigure other things, but they were also very wealthy and they lived on this vast estate. And the only person who would befriend this child was the gardener who harvested the walnuts from the walnut tree. And what the gardener discovered, which the parents wouldn't even look for, was that this child was a poetic genius, a person of tremendous sensitivity and feeling, who could write beautiful stories, and who by the end of the story, because he was unloved by his parents, hung himself from the walnut tree. And there they are, the boys up on the wall where they are valued by these people. What's most significant, however, about these parents, for your purposes, because moral judgments aside, you're here to solve this crime, is how they made their children feel about their lethality. This is a family where there's a lot of death on the table. Both of these parents behave in very extreme ways. Kitty Menendez has great rages and great despair. And she does things that are very extreme in her driving, for example, in her discipline, in getting attention. And Jose Menendez, of course, has extremely extreme behavior. And this is a family, therefore, where children are raised where the emotional meter, if you will, swings from one end of the scale all the way to another. And so when you're trying to judge what Erik Menendez did, you should keep in mind that his only examples were very extreme ones. But here are the things that his mother did all of his life to make him fearful as a person, afraid of her and afraid in general, constantly exposing him to danger. Now, these people, let's assume they were sincere for the moment. They have this really what we call cockamamie idea that if you have a basically frightened and timid child, which is what Erik was as a little kid, the way you make him brave and strong is you scare the hell out of him. Well, the problem is it doesn't work. As we know, as I'm sure you all knew, and you didn't need Dr. Burgess to tell you, when you frighten people over and over again, they do not get over fear. They become more and more fearful because you keep telling them bad things are going to happen by doing this. And so she exposes her kids to danger, and they feel, therefore, Erik feels endangered. She calls him stupid and dummy and baby and sissy when he's frightened. He isn't entitled to that feeling, and yet he gets no comfort for it. And if you don't get comfort for being afraid, if you're not made secure, if you're not told, they're there, honey, it's okay. There's no monster under the bed. And if there were, mommy wouldn't let him eat you. Oh, no, he's not told that. They create monsters to frighten him. They put witch masks in the closet. So the child who's having these 2 and 3 month long daily horrible nightmares can then be encouraged, oh, Erik, go to the closet. And he does. And the mask drops and his mother laughs and his father bursts out laughing. And all he knows is these people like me to be afraid. These people will never deal with my fear. They just scare him all the time. And she sends him to his room without food and without the ability to go to the bathroom. So he knows he can never go to her for his needs. And she abandons him at airports, at malls, at the swimming pool all day long. And he is left home alone. And once he's left home alone in a storm and the lights go out and he is frightened of the dark, and he calls his Aunt Terry and he speaks to his cousin Sylvia, who is the oldest of Terry's daughters here. And Sylvia drives over there and keeps her little cousin company. And when Kitty Menendez finds out that a child of hers has shown weakness, she gets very upset. And Erik never calls Terry's house again. And yet Terry knows he's left home alone a lot. He's left home alone when he's 5 in Muncie. And he hits the road looking for his mother, who's gone off with Lyle. And she constantly engages in this reckless and dangerous driving that scares her kids. She doesn't put them in a belt. She doesn't bother with infant seats. After all, they got to be tough. And she has these constant rages that frighten them into never knowing what is she going to do at any given moment. And she is hard on them, and she enforces Jose's program down the line. She is no different than he is when it comes to this abusive pressure. And she certainly is no different when it comes to physical punishment and allowing them to be frightened, because she does it herself as well as go along with Jose's. And then she does something even worse. It's not just that she reports their behavior to Jose for punishment. Lots of us have done that. Wait till I tell your father. It's not approved of these days in child rearing that you should use one parent as the ogre so that you can be the good guy, like mothers used to do a lot. But this is different, because what she does is she reports lies. If she has screwed up, if the boys haven't listened to her in the way that she wants them to, she lies to Jose and says they did something wrong. And they get punished with the belt or worse. And she doesn't. And that's the way she avoids getting yelled at, or she avoids getting punished. She refuses to intervene when she's asked to protect them. And specifically, I'm thinking here of what Diane Vandermolen testified to, that Lyle comes to her and tells her something is happening between him and Jose and he wants it to stop. and she goes to Kitty. And now the typical incest mother takes over, and she goes into major league denial. And she tells her children, I wish you were never born. Now, a lot of parents say a lot of things to their kids all the time. You know, I remember hearing, I hope you have 10 just like you. I wouldn't have minded having 10. I don't think I would have won. I think my mom was right on that one. But we all hear that, or, God, you drive me crazy, or I'll kill you if you do that. We all hear that. And a lot of that is fine. I mean, it's not the best way to talk to kids, but you don't have to be perfect. You have to be human. But it's different what happens in this family, because she really means it, and they know it, because she says it to other people too. I wish you were, because she doesn't just say, oh, I wish you were never born, you drive me crazy. Oh, no. I wish you were never born because you've ruined my life. I could have had a life but for you, and you've taken your father or my husband away from me, and I have no life because of you, and you're the cause of all of my problems. And she says it over and over again, and he believes it. So he has no value to Mother. He's the cause of all of her problems. She's going to protect his life. She's going to want him to stay in his life when he is threatening to expose her to the least status conscious charge in the entire world. The Beverly Hills social climber is going to be revealed as an incest wife. Sure. She's going to let that happen. I've talked about the mask in the closet. This is part of her and Jose's fear training. These people have all kinds of interesting theories of child rearing. And along with the mask in the closet, of course, she locks Erik in the basement so his father can play ghost and truly terrify him. She slaps him in the face. She slaps him in the face when he bites his nails. Some parents do that, but she does it over and over and over again. She kicks him. There's an episode I think he testified to when she's upset with the dog and he tries to stop it, so he gets kicked. She pulls his hair. Her idea of educational training and getting the best education possible for her child is to put him in a closet to do his homework and let him take a plastic container in there to take care of his biological needs. She puts him in cold water to deal with his nightmares. She knows this is a kid terrorized by nightmares, so of course add another level of terror to it. She blames him when she's at fault. We've talked about that a little. He told you the story about when she forgets his rackets and he's going to lose and he's going to get a beating because he's lost the tennis match, and she knows it, and she tells him, too bad. You don't think I'm going to tell Dad that I made a mistake. She screams, I hate you all the time. She means it. They know she means it. She leaves the suicide letter for him as an act of utter disdain for the feelings of her child. And what that also tells her child is, as I said before, death is on the table in this family. These people talk about killing. She talks about killing herself. If you know that you're dealing with a person who is seriously contemplating killing themselves and who has been hostile and aggressive towards you all your life, are you really so unreasonable in thinking maybe they wouldn't mind if you died too? And of course, she threatens to poison the family. And we know this is true, not because Erik testified to it or Lyle testified to it, because of what Tracy Baker saw, where they left the dinner table. And then, of course, the very scariest thing of all happens on Thursday night before she is killed, when she tells her son what he never, ever, ever, ever wanted to believe, that she knew all along what was being done to him and she didn't care. Now, that is the single most terrifying thing she ever did. And why is it scary? Because in spite of everything else that she ever did, the children find a way somehow to live with her. Well, watch out for this and watch out for that and watch all the time and be hyper vigilant and do the best you can to please her and bake her cakes and vacuum the floor and go out of your way not to make her crazy. Fine. But this is the one thing that completely destroys Erik's notion of his mother, who he has felt sorry for. She, after all, is the official sanctioned family victim. And he has gone along with that myth by feeling sorry for her. And now he finds out about betrayal of the worst kind. Now, if she could let that happen to you, why wouldn't she kill you? If she could let that happen when she is supposedly the victim and you've tried your best to be nice to her, why wouldn't she kill you? And maybe you or I would say, oh, no, but she wouldn't, because we want to believe she wouldn't. But he had no reason whatsoever, no reason to believe that she wouldn't. Now, obviously, and I'm not going to go through this because Jose is a more obvious case. Everything Jose Menendez ever did with respect to his children was with the purpose of inducing fear. That's how he rules, by fear. So here is the list. Lyle testified that he would smack Erik aside. This is number 2. He doesn't count. Moreover, he doesn't look like him, does he? Lyle looks like Jose Menendez. He has his coloring. He has his look. Erik is blonde, and he's blue-eyed, and he's smiley, and he's emotional. He's a little more like Mom. Moms are second rate, women are second best, and second sons don't count. So he smacks him aside. He goes through a very similar episode of being nearly drowned in the swimming pool, which scares you, you know. He's beaten. He witnesses the beating of his mother. So does cousin Alan, who, although he doesn't see it, he hears it and he sees the bruises later. He's banished, removed from father, this glowing son whose love he wants if he cries. And then we have the wonderful story of how he is taught to ride a bicycle. And I have a picture here of the cul-de-sac in which he is taught to ride this bicycle. In one of the corny ways of saying to you what I don't know if I can get this up any higher though because it's on this styrofoam stuff. See, it's easier to load a shotgun than to mount a picture in this case. Okay. No, it's not going to work. I'm going to hold it in front of you so you can see it. One of the cornier ways to say what it is we really would ask you to do, we'd ask you to indulge, I'd ask you to indulge me and to indulge Erik as you're deliberating in this case and to just try to conceive. Because I can tell that some of you are very resistant to what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. But you owe us as jurors one thing only, that you must entertain the possibility that we're telling the truth. And you must also do one other thing. You must try, however foreign to you it may be, to put yourself in Erik Menendez's shoes, not just physically, but emotionally and psychologically as well, in order to understand if he did what he did for the reasons we say he did. Now, Jill Lansing and I have been representing Erik and Lyle respectively for well over 3 years. And in order to understand this family and to understand them, we tried to put ourselves in their shoes physically. And we went everywhere. And we went to all the houses they ever lived in, with the exception of Cedar Grove. And we walked the streets, therefore, where these things that we had heard about happened. It was a very eerie experience. But here I am in the cul-de-sac in Muncie, where Erik was tortured into riding a bicycle. And his cousin Alan Anderson was there and watched. And Dr. Carrie English testified to the scar that was untreated and that remains. And Erik testified to his recollection of this episode. And this was a demonstration not just of Jose Menendez's sadistic way of teaching things, but of Mary Louise Menendez's total and complete agreement. Because Erik is on this bike and he's being pushed down the hill, and this is the hill, from his house in Muncie into a cul-de-sac. And he has to make the turn without falling off if this 6-year-old kid gets to keep his birthday present bicycle. And if he doesn't make the turn without falling off, he is ridiculed and humiliated by an angry father who then throws the bicycle in the garage and doesn't let him go near it. And Alan sees this happen, and he sees and he sees Erik being pushed, and Erik is clinging for dear life, and he's screaming and he's crying and he's hysterical, and he goes down into the cul-de-sac and he falls off. And Erik tells you that he had 5 turns to make it. And so on the 5th turn, he didn't jump off onto the grass. He stayed on the bike, and he fell and he tore open his elbow. And Alan leaps to his feet because Alan is a normal human being, and he wants to go down the hill and see how Erik is, because Jose is just ranting and raving in anger at this failure of a 6-year-old. And Mary Louise Menendez stops Alan. And she doesn't comfort Erik, and she doesn't get a medical treatment for this ripped open arm either. I guess if you take them for medical treatment for all the things that happen to these boys, some doctor might want to start wondering if this isn't a child abuse situation. So that was how Jose Menendez trained his child on the bicycle. He wouldn't catch him on purpose. That was his lesson in trust that I've talked about. He would leave him screaming in a cemetery. Now, you know, in the prosecution, we talk a lot about lying here because one of the appalling realities, and I will share my insider knowledge of this with you, one of the appalling truths of criminal trials is that a lot of people come in here, take the oath, get on the witness stand, and lie. And it's horrible because there's a lot at stake in every one of these cases. And it is truly disgusting how many people come to court and lie. And there are a lot of them that do it, and a lot of people did it here. And so we get into these long debates about who's lying and what are they lying about and blah, blah, blah. And of course, Mr. Kuriyama is going to tell you and has told you Erik Menendez lies about everything. That's what he wants you to believe. And therefore, why this happened and why it happened when it happened is just a mystery up there in the ether. But my point is always this. When someone is accusing a defendant who, in spite of all of the instructions, who, in spite of the presumption of innocence and all the rest of them, a defendant is always viewed as a witness with greater suspicion. In spite of everything that you know and understand and all of your answers on the juror questionnaire, in a very ugly way, defendants are presumed guilty. And they got to prove themselves and prove themselves and prove themselves. And so 10 days on the witness stand, he does his job, okay? And he's now accused of lying. If he was such a liar and he's telling the stories of his childhood, how come he doesn't tell you all the really bad ones? He knows that Faith Goldsmith's going to testify that he was left in the cemetery to scream, and that's a pretty awful thing to do to a little kid. He doesn't remember it, so he doesn't tell you that. He knows that other witnesses are going to testify to. He knows about the jumping from the counter and falling smack on his face. He knows Uncle Carlos knows about it. He knows his brother knows about it. He knows other family members, as he said, know about it. But he doesn't remember it, so he doesn't testify to it.
Yes, this is improper argument, Your Honor.
And he testified he didn't remember.
Okay, objection is overruled. But again, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that the lawyers are commenting on the evidence. Your recollection might be different or might be the same, and you are the final judges of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you. And that's what he said. He didn't remember that episode, although he knows that others know about it. And the same is true of the cemetery. And then we have the episode of scaring in the basement, which he does remember. And we have the episode of Jose pretending to be a burglar outside the door to scare his kids, Lyle testified to. And then we have the molestation, which I will get to separately. And we have this other game that Jose is a real practical joker. He has a really sadistic sense of humor. He thinks it's funny to lock his kids in the shower, to either hold the door closed or stand in front of it and then take the wrench that controls the hot and cold and turn it all the way to hot or all the way to cold. Fun with kids. And then there's his threats, which are the more obvious fear-inducing behaviors of Jose, how he will kill Erik if he tries to run away, how he will beat him to death in a chair if he ever tells, how he uses the mirror ritual of Erik in front of a mirror, having to smack himself in order to instill in the child the fact that this is a secret that must never be told. How he forces, he thinks it's also amusing to throw Erik into the lake after he's told him it's full of snapping turtles and to make him swim to the other shore. And even though the kid thinks he's going to drown and cries for help, he gets enraged when Lyle jumps in and rescues him. And on. Throws him through a window, throws him against a tennis court fence. His harshness, his cruelty about the sports, his actual overt threat with a knife. And that occurs when Erik is 17 years old. And he told you that was the time when he, out of a sense of self-respect and a need to do something for himself, had the effrontery to say no when his father came into his room. And his reward for that was a knife at his throat and a sex act. And then, of course, there's the fact that his father, right in front of him, and everybody else who'll hear it, threatens to kill Craig Signorelli in a significant way, and in a way that the people who heard it, such as Ed Fenno, thought was for real. And then, of course, there's Jose sharing his basic philosophy that you lure and seduce people into a false sense of security, and then you strike. And his example of that was how to handle the Chinese Revolution in Tiananmen Square. Now, I want to go through some of the witnesses that were called in order to help you understand that when Erik says he was frightened and anxious over the course of the last week, he's not making something up. And why don't we start with prosecution witness, Robert Anderson. Robert Anderson was the captain on the shark fishing boat. I'll talk about basically the shark fishing expedition and Grant Walker later on, but what's significant about Mr. Anderson's testimony is here he is, a perfect stranger, and yet when he describes the behavior of Erik and Lyle on this boat, it is very obvious from day one of this trial that Erik and Lyle are afraid of their parents, because what are they doing? When they first leave Marina del Rey, he says, we actually took a wave over the front of the boat that soaked them. And we were on top of the fly bridge, and we didn't get wet. He's meaning himself and the rest of the crew. And yet we were even cold, and we weren't soaked. And they're wearing shorts, and he can't understand why they're staying up there. And if you remember, he testifies they stay at the front of the boat, huddled together, freezing cold, getting wet for the entire trip. And their testimony was that they thought, in reading the signs of these particular parents, that when they changed the time of the boat trip, which they found out about Friday night, that the boat trip had been changed from 11 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, they saw that as a very ominous sign. And it's proven, I think we actually found the records that show the boat trip Mr. Anderson himself knows. The time of the boat trip really was changed at the last minute. And therefore, when Erik tells you he finds this out Friday night and it frightens him, he's telling you the truth. So here they are on the boat trip where they're thinking something's going to happen. And he's describing the family. He said, what did you observe about the interaction of this family? Did they seem to be happy and getting along? How did they appear? He says they were very actually apart during the trip. The sons were up front. Jose was either in the stern of the boat or down below with Kitty. There wasn't very much interaction going on, verbal interaction going on. Now that's their first witness to talk about this family. And then, of course, you heard the testimony, I'm going to skip that, of Perry Berman. And he talks about how Jose would behave when he was training Erik and how upset and embarrassed Erik was when Jose jumped in there and said, make him work harder, this kid who never worked. And it was his opinion, knowing this family, this is Mr. Berman, and this is asked on cross-examination, that if there were any problems or secrets in this family, they would keep it to themselves. And he also said that this was a home where there was tension, that Jose ran his home like a company, and he was chairman of the board, and that he wanted control in every aspect of his sons' lives. Now, maybe this is all a given to you now, but this is how the picture of these parents emerged, bit by bit, through every witness who knew them. I think it's noon.
It is.
See, I was right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume at 1:30.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's after lunchtime, which for some of us is usually sleepy time. So there's always a temptation in the afternoon just to talk twice as fast so you can get all the same stuff done in half the time. That makes Lynn's life misery. And the idea is that you're supposed to hear what I say whether you want to or not. So I will try to finish this afternoon. For my own personal reasons as well as for your benefit, I would like to do nothing tonight for the first time in 5 months. Nothing at all. Okay, what I propose to do now is just to briefly point out some aspects of the testimony of some of the defense witnesses that I think are particularly significant, and it's going to be just small references to each one, but that I think are significant in getting the total picture of what was going on inside the family. And here is an excerpt, if you will, from Alan Anderson's testimony. He said when the boys were disciplined with a belt, he was told to stay in front of the TV set. Neither he nor Kitty would go down the hall to the room, and Kitty would turn up the volume of the TV. And in spite of that, Alan could still hear the sound of the belt. Now, I tell you this as I'm going to point to other places where Mrs. Menendez doesn't just not interfere. but she is an aider and abetter in the behaviors of Jose Menendez. And at the end of the trial, you're going to be given an instruction in aiding and abetting. The theory being that since Erik didn't kill anybody, he aided and abetted his brother Lyle in killing. And you will see what it takes to be an aider and abetter in crimes. So that apart from the specific things that Mrs. Menendez did to make herself individually fearsome, the fact that she was joined at the hip to Jose Menendez in his behavior towards the children was very apparent from an early age. And she too can be evaluated as an aider and abetter. And that was one of the earlier acts that a cousin saw. Alan also testified that when his personal reaction, he was about 15 when he was with the family, when Mrs. Menendez would have one of her uncontrollable rages and would be in these rages saying that her problem was the children, including Alan. Alan found this extremely frightening, and he thought that Erik was particularly affected by it because Erik was as young as he was. Well, I'm going to skip that. Alan also described that one of the expectations in the family was that the boys have a high tolerance level for pain. Now, you may remember, but if you don't, I'm going to remind you soon, that Erik testified that there was a time that came in the progress of the molestation by his father, when his father told him he had to make him immune to pain. And what seemed to trigger that particular idea was that Erik had been with his father at a doctor's office and he had received a shot and he screamed. And his father was so humiliated that his son would scream that he wouldn't let Erik leave the doctor's office through the front waiting room, even though the screaming was already over. They had to sneak out the back because no son of Jose Menendez would scream in pain. And so what Jose then did was he instituted this pain training, which involved the tacks that I demonstrated for you yesterday. But of course, he isn't pain training. That's just a sadist's excuse in order to blame the victim. Now, you brought this on yourself because you don't know how to deal with pain. You're a sissy, and I'm going to teach you how to deal with pain. And a very similar thing was said to Erik when he was screaming after he was raped by his father. It was his fault because, after all, Jose had warned him the time before, don't scream again or I'll go all the way. But Erik forgot that part and screamed, and he went all the way. And after that, Jose said to him, if you ever cry out again, I will tie you to a chair and beat you till you die. And remember, if I do that, whose fault will it be? And Erik had to answer, since he knew the drills, my fault. Right, said his father. The significant thing about Alan's testimony and Diane's testimony is that they saw a dramatic change in Erik's personality and behavior before 6 versus after 6. They both talked about Erik being outgoing and happier and cheerful before 1977. And then Alan says in 1977, he noticed that Erik was extremely introverted. And a major behavioral and personality change in a child, as we heard, and as I think we all sort of knew, is a strong indication that a very severe form of abuse is going on, and particularly corroborative of sexual abuse. See how much I'm passing? And even at the very early times that Alan Anderson is with this family, he says across the board, without hesitation, neither Kitty nor Jose showed any affection whatsoever towards their children. And that is a theme that you hear over and over and over again. Now, maybe, not everybody has to be demonstrative, but there are other ways to convey the message of love. Only that's never conveyed in this family. And when children don't feel loved, it makes them miserable and it makes them fearful. And when a parent doesn't love you, it is more likely that they will hurt you. And those are the messages that are being conveyed to Erik. Another theme of Jose Menendez is that Erik testified to, that's corroborated by his cousins, is that there would be all this competition between the boys that Jose would encourage. And Erik was always the loser. And he was always told by Jose, how come you can't be more like Lyle? And Erik testified that during the time that he cried during some of the sexual episodes, he was chided and derided for being a wimp and a sissy and a baby, and why couldn't he be more like Lyle? Lyle, if you recall, the testimony about him was a stoic little boy who wouldn't cry, because emotion in that family, according to everybody, was not rewarded. You were considered weak and inferior if you showed emotion. And Lyle got the message to simply go limp and to bow his head and to take whatever Jose had to give him without tears. And the last time anybody testified they ever saw Lyle cry was when he was 4 years old. And Jose said something to him so frightening the child was incontinent, as Peter Cano described it. And he was then dragged down the hallway for having made in his pants. And Peter Cano came into the room and thought that Jose was being particularly brutal. And at this point, Lyle was crying, and Jose punched Lyle in the stomach. And that was the last time anybody ever testified that they saw Lyle cry. But Erik was a different child. He could not stop crying. You recall that Erik testified that things between his mother became even worse when she decided to be his tutor and his trainer in schoolwork. And that change was witnessed by Diane Vandermolen, who testified to that effect. And I've already talked about how Diane knew about these meetings between Jose and Erik in his room, and how Erik would then not be coming to dinner. But the other thing she said was very interesting. You don't remember, but Dr. Burgess testified that what child molesters do is they try to make the behavior seem normal to the child. They tell them this is what goes on between fathers and sons. In this particular case, what Erik testified to is that his father would say, this is what goes on with the Romans and the Roman and Greek soldiers. And he was a big history buff, particularly about Rome. Would talk about their family as being descendants from the Romans. And Diane Vandermolen remembers that what would happen is after sports or after Jose would come home, Jose and his two sons would go off and take showers together. And after the showers, they would sit on the floor and Jose would teach them about history for hours. So he sort of made the molestation part of the history lesson to make it seem normal to the children. Because remember, this happened to Lyle also, and he was told the same thing. Now, Diane is also the person who testified that Lyle made a complaint to her about his molestation. And she was attacked by the prosecution for that because she hadn't revealed that the very first time she was interviewed by the defense. And the prosecution tried to make it seem that she only came up with that story because she visited Lyle in the county jail 3 times in 1991. The problem with that assertion, apart from everything you've now heard, you probably know more about visiting at the county jail without having been there than anybody else. But besides the fact that there's no privacy and everything is on a phone and you only get a very few minutes and there's other people around, is the fact that Diane did not, after these visits, get on the phone, call Jill Lansing up and tell her the story. It was 7 months after she had been in Los Angeles that she was re-interviewed and revealed that memory. So there doesn't seem to be any linkage there with these crowded visits to the county jail and her recollection of that episode. In fact, what she had said about it was Kitty was so rejecting and in such denial about it that for the longest time, Diane thought she didn't remember it right. And it's only when she really thought about it that she said, wait a minute, I've put that aside for years. Maybe it means something. Now we have the testimony of Mr. Wadlington, who was the coach who got a little emotional on the witness stand. He felt, and he was probably right, that he was the only person who ever loved these boys when they were little, and certainly the only person who ever communicated it to them. I think the family loved them too, but were kept farther away. But what did he say about this spoiled brat, if you will? The boys had no free time. They even practiced on Christmas every day. They had to play if they were sick. They had to play if it was raining. They had to play if they were hurt. And that was the kind of red training camp regimen that these boys were raised under. He said that he never saw either parent affectionate, praising, supportive, or kind. And he is the one who spent much more time with Mrs. Menendez than Mr. You also heard the testimony of a young woman, Meredith Krugman Geisler. She was the lifeguard at the country club. And she observed this very unusual behavior by the Menendez parents on behalf of Mrs. Menendez. She was the only mother she knew who didn't work full time, who just dropped her kids off at the club, rain or shine, and abandoned them. And it would rain and there would be storms and she wouldn't come and get them for hours at a time. And she described Erik as an extremely lonely and shy and sad little boy. With respect to Jose Menendez, what she observed was the way he would humiliate Erik in front of his peers, in front of other competitors. And she also saw that the children never were critical of the parents, never talked back. Now remember, they're not 18 here, they're just little kids, and they're obedient little kids. And she said she never saw Kitty comfort or congratulate Erik. She never saw any support from her towards Erik at all. Their cousin Marianne Cano testified about the summer of 1986 when she stayed with them in the Princeton house. She too is seeing a family in which there's no kindness, in which there's no affection. But she saw something very interesting. She saw Erik at a tennis tournament where only Kitty was there, not Jose, and Erik was not playing well. And she says Kitty was getting very uptight and upset. She kept clenching her fists. She would say, I can't believe he's losing this match. I can't believe he's losing. He should never be beat by this guy. And that Kitty was talking in a loud, upset tone of voice. That after the match, Erik was devastated. Kitty did not comfort him. They went right to the car, and the entire ride home, there was total silence. And then when Jose got home that night, Kitty explained every wrong thing that Erik did. But Karen Farrell comes into this courtroom and wants you to believe that losing or winning didn't make any difference to Kitty. It was all the same. She loved her boys. Later on that evening, Jose Menendez is playing Jeopardy at Erik's expense, humiliating him and ridiculing him for having lost a 10. This isn't one of the big ones, you know. This is right there in New Jersey. This isn't Kalamazoo. But he's humiliating the kid endlessly at dinner. And later on, Marianne's prevented from going to Erik to console him because this is such an outrageous thing that she's seen at dinner. Later on, she gets to sneak down to the basement to see her cousin, to tell him that she commiserates. And what does he say to her? Does he complain about his father? Does he criticize him? He says, oh, don't worry, I'm used to it. Marianne's mother, Martha Connor, testified in front of the blue jury, the Erik jury, several times. And she told you that she saw these same patterns of behavior where how badly Erik treated and how he took it over all the years. But one thing that she testified to that no one else was able to tell you except Erik was that Jose Menendez referred to Erik. He said this about him. He called Erik a sissy. He said, it's about time he became a Menendez. He was not worth his last name. He should be ashamed of his average, mediocre performance. And Erik testified that his recollection was that the worst thing in the world to be called in that family was average or mediocre. And the greatest punishment was to be told you weren't going to be a Menendez. Jose Menendez also described Erik as too soft, too tender, and too mediocre. Mrs. Cano also observed after swim matches, Jose telling Erik, come on, Erik, I'm going to give you a massage so you can warm up. Now, I'm not suggesting that these are the sexual massages going on by the pool, but this was the normal behavior that preceded the sexual massages that made them seem like just a continuation of normal behavior that Erik testified to and that Dr. Burgess said was so typical of how child molesters gain access to their victims. You make it seem like it's just some normal behavior, and this is part of that. The other thing that Mrs. Cano testified to that was significant with respect to corroborating what Erik's testimony was, is that the couple of times, remember, these are kids who are kept away from other adults, but the couple of times when Erik was permitted over all those years to stay over at her house because of his extremely close friendship with Andy, Erik would always lock Andy's door. Now, this is something Mrs. Cano didn't like because Andy didn't do that. But not only did Erik always lock Andy's door, she heard Erik say to Andy how lucky Andy was to have a door that could lock. And you may recall that Erik testified that the door to his bedroom did not lock. And when Jose was inside his bedroom performing sexual activities with Erik, the way he would make sure that nobody would stumble into that bedroom is he would take a slat from underneath the bed and prop it up under the door handle. Now, what reason would a 12, 13-year-old boy have to want to have his bedroom door locked? I'm not going to get into any of Mrs. Cano's financial testimony. I think that issue is pretty much resolved. I just want to turn attention briefly to Faith Goldsmith's testimony. She was Kitty Menendez's best friend. I've already talked about her reaction to Kitty's plan to leave Lyle. But there's something about Jose and Mary Louise Menendez's attitudes about children that in some respects is so unusual that you have to think about it as a little bit crazy. I mean, I realize that I'm talking to you about a man who I believe is a sadistic sexual abuser of his children and a woman who knows this and lets it happen. And maybe you think that's crazy, but there's something even crazier. And it has to do with their conviction that they are so perfect that they can only have perfect kids.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Faith Goldsmith remembers in Jose and Kitty talking about their children, wanting them to be #1 in sports, wanted them to be good in school so they could make the right contacts, wanted them to make the right contacts to be successful in business. And she remembers asking Jose, what would you do if they, the boys, were not the best? What would you do if one of them had a learning disability? And Jose's reaction was, that can't happen. Not to my kids. His child could never have a learning disability. He'd never have a child like that. That wasn't even a possibility. Now, that's a little bit of crazy thinking, but it persists because later on we hear the testimony of Sandra Sharp, who was a Spanish teacher at PDS. And she testifies that Jose Menendez says to her, things about, he's Cuban, Lyle's Cuban, Lyle should learn Spanish in 2 weeks because it's in the blood or it's in the genes. And he says a very similar thing to Mrs. Sharp about Erik. There's no reason why Erik can't speak Spanish. We're Cuban. I don't want to have the same problem we had with Lyle. Now, that's crazy thinking. There's something very nuts there in these strange ideas about the power of his gene pool. Mrs. Sharp also described Erik, as many teachers did, as very fragile, needy, vulnerable, sensitive, caring, and below average. But of course, no one in the family knew he was below average because Mrs. Menendez would brag that he was a straight A student right in front of him so that he knew, I don't measure up. My mother has to lie about me. She lies to everybody and tells them these false stories because the truth about me just isn't good enough. A couple of things that Mrs. Baralt testified to that I haven't touched on yet that I think are significant. She said very clearly these children as children never had any time to play. Every single minute of their day was accounted for and was always intensely scheduled and structured. I'm just trying to overcome this basic big lie about Erik that somehow as a rich kid, he had an easy life. You've never heard one bit of evidence about it, but that didn't stop Mr. Kuriyama from getting up here and proposing that to you. And every single person knows that his life was really toil. And then we have from Mrs. Baralt this remarkable story that is just unusual, and we tell it because every unusual glimpse into this family reinforces the notion that something's very wrong here. This photograph here is a picture of Lyle, about 4.5 or 5, standing in front of the steps of the Hinsdale house. And the house across the street, which is here, and across the lot, and over there, is Aunt Terry and Uncle Carlos's house in Chicago. And you heard the story about how Erik as a baby would go out and cross that street. And the significance of that story is threefold, I guess. Number one, it shows you how little Kitty Menendez cares about the health and welfare of her children. Number two, it tells you that that's really a cold environment if a baby will go out in the cold to get a cracker and to smile. And number three, it tells you about how duplicitous Mrs. Menendez is, because you may remember Terry Baralt, she calls her every morning and says, "Erik's here." "Oh, no, he's not. He's in his room." "Well, whose baby do I have here?" said Terry. And then Kitty would come across the street and be angry at Erik for having left the house. So he's 1.5 years old, 2 years old at this time. And you can't read too much into it. I mean, one person that I had consulted with on this case early on said, "Why is the baby running away from home?" And I said, "Well, I don't know if the baby's running away from home. He's looking for some warm spot. And this is a house that is definitely not emotionally warm. Or he's looking for a cracker and the parents have the bedroom door locked, so he's not going to get fed there." But you'd think that a mom, knowing she's got a baby crossing a public street in the morning, you'd think she would make it a point to get up a little earlier because the baby needs something, and to give it to him so he doesn't have to keep leaving the house 15 to 20 times. If you were at all a caring mother, this kid wouldn't have gotten out after, say, the second time. We put on a number of teachers to talk to you about what Erik was like when they knew him and what kind of personality he displayed. And the obvious things that kept emerging were that they noticed the learning disabilities. They apparently were never adequately treated. You know that he went to the Lewis School for an evaluation, and Mrs. Menendez would not let the evaluation take place. That even the preliminary evaluation showed all these things: dysnomia, dysgraphia, all these disses, which meant that he had deficiencies in all these areas. And you have never heard, because it didn't happen, that he ever got any remedial help for any of this stuff. And that would be okay, I suppose, if they weren't putting pressure on him to be the best. When you know you've got a kid who's disabled, if you accept them, if you want what they are capable of doing from them, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And even if you're don't want to advertise the fact, but to know that this is wrong with him and to continue with this insanity about perfection and superiority and that your kids have to be number one and the best, is just to torture them. Okay. We also have called Ed Fenno to be a witness. He sort of is a jokey young man. But he lived in this household. And one of the things that I called him to testify to, which I think is significant, is this. He lived at that house for several months. He was there. He started out in the Calabasas house in September. He moved with them to Beverly Hills. He went home briefly for Christmas. He was back again until he went on the professional tennis circuit and went to Israel, was exactly what Erik winds up doing the next year, and is in Israel, for example, when Lau gets arrested. But in any event, he goes there, and then he comes back to the house again in March. So he's living with them, with the exception of the 3 weeks on the tour, and 2 weeks he goes home for Christmas, fairly continuously from September through March. And what does he say? Everybody locks their doors. Both the parents and Erik lock their bedroom doors in that house. which is contrary to a theory the prosecution has that based on Ozeal, that only the parents were locking their doors and only the last week. He talks about all these arguments between Kitty and Lyle every morning right next to the maid's room. And the maid came in here and told you this was Ozzie and Harriet in Beverly Hills, and nobody ever made any noise and nobody yelled at everybody and everybody was happy. Okay, fine. But the fact is that there are lots of arguments and lots of screaming and yelling going on there, and the maid doesn't hear it. And if she does hear it, she isn't going to talk about it because she's a nice little lady who doesn't snoop into the affairs of the people she works for. In any event, he talks about these things happening, and he sees this behavior on the part of Mrs. Menendez where she goes after Lyle and is very angry every day. The other thing he talks about, though, is this. I asked him, did you know, he plays tennis with Lyle, he showers with Lyle, he hangs out with Lyle, he spends all this time with Lyle. Did you know Lyle was wearing a hairpiece? No. Was it ever discussed around the house? Never. Did Erik ever mention it? No. Now, he gets very close to Erik because after Lyle goes back to school in January, Erik asks permission of his parents to allow Ed Fenno to stay, and they become good friends. Now, the prosecution would have you believe that Erik, for no reason, out of the blue, in a conversation that was preceded by nothing and followed by nothing, would say to Jamie Pisarcik on that warm spring day in January, "Oh, I know my brother has a hairpiece." Sure. But not a word of it is ever mentioned around Ed Fenno, who's living in that house all that time. And I'll get back to Miss Pisarcik later. But that's what Ed Fenno knew. And he also knew that Jose spent time alone in Erik's bedroom and would shoo Ed out of the room when he was going in there. And moreover, that he never heard any sounds coming from any other part of the house. The house seemed very quiet to him. Barbara Howarth was a teacher of Erik's in the 9th grade, and I thought what was most significant about what she said about the kind of fearfulness and anxiety that Erik demonstrated was this. She said, Erik saw everything as potential danger. He was particularly anxious, very different than other 9th grade boys. He had very low self-confidence. Now, I want to talk to you about the molestation evidence in this case, the thing that the prosecution most wants to avoid. And all I'm going to talk to you about are the certain aspects of it that it was testified to by Dr. Burgess, told her, who has examined thousands of sexually abused children, that Erik was telling her the truth. And that was the point in calling Dr. Burgess, so that with her experience and her immersion in this field and her familiarity with all the research studies and her familiarity with all the literature, she could tell you that I'm pretty experienced. I know enough to know a fake story from a real story, and this one's real. And that was the point of calling her. Because Mr. Kuriyama will get up here and tell you it didn't happen, didn't happen, didn't happen. Well, what, because he says so, it didn't happen? Where's his expert to come in here and say, I too am familiar with the literature and the research. He too could hire an expert who could go down to the county jail and spend 50 hours with Erik, and then let that person come in here and tell you this story doesn't fit the pattern, this story isn't believable, there are things in this story that sound like it's made up.
This is improper argument.
But they did not bring in an expert to do that. They did not refute any of the expert testimony in this case, but he's going to have the nerve. He is going to, trust me, he's going to have the nerve to get up here and say, ignore it. It didn't happen. He's a liar. Why should we call experts? Experts are worthless. They're hired guns. They were paid to testify. He's paid a fortune to be here every day. I'm paid. Everybody in this room is paid. We work. Those people work. And they try to make it look like they were just waiting around for this case to come along so they could make $100 an hour. $100 an hour is not a lot for a nationally recognized expert in any field. You can get a plumber for a little less, but that's about it. And yet they try to make it seem like these people are corrupt. These people have national reputations. They're on television. You think they're going to come here and say something ludicrous? Something that they can't support based on all of the research and all of the literature? Yeah, we spent a fortune to bring these people in front of you? Do you think I'm going to put on someone accused of first-degree murder in his own trial to talk about something so extreme if I can't back it up with expert opinion? No way. Because if there was an expert opinion, then they'd be getting up here and saying, oh, he just made it up. We're the experts to tell us this is real. Well, you saw them to tell you it was real. And all three of them, Dr. Burgess, Dr. Tyler, Dr. Vickery, told you it was real. And some of the ways that they analyze it's real, because Dr. Vickery, for example, talks to killers. He's a forensic psychiatrist. He's not a touchy-feely, doctor for little abused kids. He's not a bleeding heart. He deals with the court system. And the people that he interviews are people who are on trial for their lives. They're people who have killed other people. He's been involved in lots of sex abuse cases, so he's talked to a lot of sex offenders. He's not some bleeding heart. And he is skeptical, and he knows how to interview, and he knows how to look for lying. Prosecution calls it malingering. It's not malingering. Malingering is when you report like a false set of symptoms. But he knows how to look for lying. He's testified in court over and over again. I mean, you must under every single case that he's ever testified in, I can assure you the prosecution has asked, and how do you know you're not being lied to? Well, that's what I'm trained to figure out. That's why I'm skeptical. That's why I won't give an opinion unless I'm sure. So we brought those people in because they validate what Erik said. And he talks about a history of abuse that it would not have occurred to you or to I submit to you, anybody else to have made up, because it isn't obvious things. It's things that those people in the field recognize as common patterns of abuse. But no one outside of being a victim or a perpetrator would know about these things. And at one point in her testimony, Dr. Burgess said, in order for Erik Menendez to have faked this detailed and this consistent a history of sexual molestation, he would have needed a research library. Now, Erik is living at the Los Angeles County Jail. He doesn't own that place. That is not a private place. The prosecution had one shred of evidence that Erik had ever had in his cell, so much as a book on child abuse. You would have heard about it. Erik told you that this started out, as Dr. Burgess describes it, as a period of seduction and entrapment. Now, I think a person who's making up a story would have said, when I was 6, my father raped me, to get the dramatic impact. But that's not what he says. When I was 6, my father, who had been massaging me at the pool, starts to massage me in a different way at home. And he proceeds to tell you how he goes through these stages, how his father is, as Dr. Burgess described it, grooming him. Because what's ultimately in the mind of the pedophile is not what he's going to do to the child, but what he can teach the child to do to him. Because after all, he's in there for his sexual pleasure, certainly not for the pleasure of the child. And so in typical fashion, he starts out doing things that to the mind of, remember, this is the throwaway son, the ignored one, the stupid, the weakling, the mediocre, the sissy. So what must it mean to this little boy at 6 that his father now has this special time with him? And the fact of the matter is, sadly enough for the children, sexual molestation, when it isn't violent, has a pleasurable side. It feels nice. And that's how you get the kids hooked. And you tell them, this is our time, and this is our secret. And that entire family was structured to worship Jose Menendez. And so the notion that now Erik would have his own special thing with this man was more than any child would resist, particularly the timid one. And it moves along to the point where Jose can finally get what he wants out of it. And around when Erik is 7 years old, he testifies they're living in the Mill Road house, and his father teaches him how to give a mouth massage. And Erik describes, though, that it wasn't too successful because he gagged because his father pushed his penis in and he hurt him. And here is a medical record from Dr. Katz and Atkin at the Princeton Pediatric Group that has one of these mysterious little unexplained entries. And it is dated December 13, 1977, and Erik is 7 years old, and it says hurt posterior pharynx, uvula and soft palate, seen in emergency room, Princeton Medical Center, 12/12/77, 8 p.m. Follow up today. Healing well, symptomatic treatment. Now, I can't prove that that is penile insertion, but they can't prove that it isn't, because it is consistent with that kind of injury in a small child's throat. And as you heard from our experts, we tried to get the records from the emergency room and they no longer existed. Now, Erik says that his father stopped being nice when he was 11. And in the way that victims blame themselves, Erik thought it was because by that point he had stopped swimming. Well, I don't know why Jose Menendez's sadistic side took over at this point, but it did. And the sex became violent. This is when Erik starts to formulate these funny kid words, this special language for what's going on. And he calls this form of sex from then on knees, because he has to get down on his knees to do this. And then he gets the lecture when he cries after this, that why can't you be like your brother? I'm ashamed to have you as a son. You're not going to really measure up as a Menendez, because he's showing signs of weakness. Now, the significant thing about this is that Erik expresses attitudes that how he felt about this, and he expresses it to Dr. Vickery, and he expresses it to Dr. Burgess, and he tells it to you, that I don't think someone who had not been a victim of this would understand. And that is that he thought he was doing something wrong, that he thought it was his fault, that he thought he had brought this on himself. I've already gone over several times the incident of rape. I find what's interesting is that Erik tells you that the worst episode, the one that's most engraved in his head, is not the rape, which occurs when he's between 11 and 12, but the very first time his father was violent. And I think it's interesting that he says that if he were making it up, if he had not been a victim of this, and I think to our just common knowledge, you'd say, oh, when he sodomized me, when he raped me, that was the worst. That's not what he says. He says the worst one is the first violent one, the first time that knees happens and he's ordered to swallow. And why it's the worst one is because it's the first time his father isn't nice. It blows out the notion that this is somehow love. And what was important to Erik was that he thought, no matter how else his father treated him at other times in his life, that what was going on between them sexually was a form of special love. And when his father becomes violent with him, he knows it isn't love. It's just another thing I have to put up with. And now what his father is showing is the same kind of disdain and dislike and belittling of him that goes on in every other aspect of his relationship with his father. And I don't think a liar could have made that up, that's what's significant to him. One of the things Dr. Burgess talked about that she felt was significant, that isn't the kind of thing that somebody would make up, is the fact that in describing strategies to live with this thing, when he's a little older now, and as she said, when you reach early adolescence, then the children do know it isn't normal. I mean, they can't keep kidding themselves. I mean, it's really hitting, this isn't normal, this isn't right, I'm involved in this bad thing, how do I deal with it? So Erik described some of the strategies, and he said he would put cinnamon in his father's drinks to flavor the semen, because his young friends talked about the fact that you could flavor semen with various things. I mean, I have no idea if that's true. I don't think that's true. But I mean, I think a 13-year-old kid might think that's true. And that's the kind of fact that you wouldn't expect somebody who's making up the story to make up. Erik also talked about the fact that he drowned his food in lemon, and the prosecution thought they scored a major coup when they found out that Maria Menendez, who is Cuban, puts lemon on cooked food. Big shocker. Anybody ever eat Cuban food would realize, yes, you put lemon on Cuban food. Lemon and garlic and onions is the basic flavoring, but you don't drown the food in lemon. That's going a little far. And he testified that he did that to deaden taste in his mouth. Now, Erik also testified that, and this is something else you would not expect if someone were making up a story. He testified that, well, let me back up for a minute. You may remember, I'm not sure how much of this, I've got to be careful here. Mr. Kuriyama may stop me because I'm not real clear on how clear this was made to you about what happened career-wise to Mr. Menendez. But at some point, the family's living in New Jersey, he announces to the family that they're moving to California, and we know he was an executive at RCA Records, and then the next thing we know, he's heading up this video company on the West Coast. And I believe there was testimony that he just wasn't around as much in the last few months that the family was living in Princeton, and I think there's been testimony that it's because he's looking for a job and he's on the West Coast. But in any event, what Erik testifies to is that there is a 6-month period that overlaps both the last few months in Princeton and the first 3.5 months in California where there is no sex with his father at all. Now that's very surprising, and if you're coming here and you're making up a story about how awful your life is and that you're being molested, why would there be this 6-month hiatus? And I don't really have an explanation for it, but again, it's a piece of circumstantial evidence about something else. And so here's what my theory is. This is the period. Well, first of all, he's gone a fair amount, and that's clear. Well, it's clear to me. I hope it's clear in the record. But secondly, this is the time when Mrs. Menendez has caught him in the affair. Now, our theory is that Mrs. Menendez knew what was going on, knew right in front of her eyes, knew right behind the eyeballs, knew with very little denial, actually knew, I'm not sure how, but knew enough to be able to let Erik know on Thursday night before she died that she knew. And, you know, I find it hard to believe that with this going on in your own home for 12 years, and you're not even a working mother, you don't even have the excuse of not being there, that you would have no idea. And I have a list of things, apart from what Erik says, which is that she told him she knew. I have a list of things I'll get to soon that I think demonstrate that, yes, indeed, she knew what was going on all these years. But why no sex at this time of great crisis in the family? Remember, she's very depressed. She's very upset. She's crying all the time. She's threatening suicide, all because of Louise Maloney, this affair. And what a charmer Jose is. I mean, let's just take Kitty's part for a second. I can take her part about some of the terrible things that happened in her life. And if she hadn't had children, and if she had killed him, I'd be happy to defend her. But let's just take a look at this for a minute. Not only does he cheat on her for 8 years, but he picks a woman who has her mother's last name and her middle name to cheat with. Mary Louise Menendez. And her mother's name was Maloney. So he picks a Louise Maloney. And what I find truly amazing in Brian Anderson's representation of himself as so intimate and so close to his sister is that she won't even tell her brother, I have an infidelity problem. And can you imagine the SOB picked a woman named Louise, my middle name, Maloney, mama's name. Doesn't even say that to her brother, who she's so close to. This is a dangerously secretive person. All right. Why is there no sex here? Well, my speculation is that this woman is very upset and threatening divorce. And most allegations of child abuse that come out from adults come out during divorces. This is the bargaining chip of all bargaining chips, particularly in community property states like California. And I submit to you that the sex didn't stop for no reason, that the fact that the sex stopped around this issue of whether this couple were going to divorce. I believe that for the last years of her life, Kitty Menendez had all the power in the world in that family. She had the power of the secret. Because what's never been understood to me is, I can understand her with her negative feelings about divorce and her desire for status and the fact that she's madly in love with this guy and she wants her comfortable life and not wanting to get a divorce. I can understand her. I can't understand him. He doesn't love her. Carlos testifies to that. He tells Carlos in 1980 he doesn't love her. He just wants her around to be wife thing, to run the family. Marzi Eisenberg, the other wife, tells you he doesn't love her. She knows he doesn't love her. He talks in front of other people saying the boys are more important. His little experiment is more important than his relationship with her. He doesn't love her. She's given him a lot of trouble. She can't be fun to be with. She drinks too much. She takes her pills. She cries. She tries to commit suicide. She's a major league drag, I suppose. Why is he still around? Mr. Charm, so desirable, rich and handsome and brilliant and smart, and apparently able to get other women. Well, I think the only answer, it's just inconceivable. The only answer is she's got something on him. Big. Big. And not just the right to half the money. And I think that Mrs. Menendez made her deal with the devil, having given him her sons to do with as he pleased from the time they were born. Her deal was they don't get divorced, and she gets to harangue him forever about how miserable he made her. And she keeps the secret. Now, I'm sure she wouldn't want to expose the secret of this family, but it would be one heck of a bargaining chip if he ever tried to divorce her. And you remember Marzi Eisenberg's testimony about, Jose was very concerned that she not go off the deep end. He was very worried about her. And how nice he's treating her all of a sudden. You heard from the family members, he who had always been so sarcastic, he had put her down in public, he had humiliated her, he'd done these weird practical jokes on her. All of a sudden, after the discovery of the affair, he's so nice. The honeymooners, they go back east and they're holding hands. He's listening to her opinion. Even the boys see this. Lyle tells the story about being at the airport and she goes off on Jose and starts screaming about Louise, and he's nice to her. He would have gone crazy on her in years before that. Now, what's making him nice? He's such a good guy. He's really worried about whether she's going to commit suicide or not? Sure. No, she's got something on her. Now, that's a theory. That's not evidence, but you can infer it if it makes sense to you. And I think that goes until they have sorted out what's going to happen here with divorce or no divorce, blackmail or no blackmail, the sex stops. And then they sort it out, and the sex starts up again with Erik. And it continues in its various forms, Erik tells you, until several days before his parents are killed. And there's a time when his father puts a knife to his throat, and the threat of death is very blatant. And Dr. Burgess testified that Erik told her many, many, many more details about all the sexual things that were done to him than he testified to. And that's not because he was hiding or lying. But you get to a point with that kind of evidence when you figure, if they don't believe this, what's the point of telling them 3 times more just like it? And it's hard to do that. That's the hardest thing to talk about. And you may remember Dr. Vickery's testimony that Erik was not even willing to talk about it when he started to tell Dr. Vickery about the abuse in August, September 1990. It was not a subject he went to freely and willingly. It was something that he had to constantly get him back to during their interviews. He didn't start out telling him a nice, neat, complete little picture. He started out slowly and gave up the information when he had to. And it was Dr. Vickery indicated that Erik had said that it was not something he ever wanted to have to talk about at his trial. It would have serious repercussions, not just because he was ashamed, because he still blamed himself, because he was embarrassed, but because of what the world would think and how he would be treated by the other inmates in the county jail, which is a matter of some concern. I'm just looking over for a moment Dr. Burgess's notes. And it's interesting that she said that the literature shows that children who aren't particularly special in the way they want to be with a parent will take anything in the terms of feeling special to that parent. And those children are the victim types who are particularly vulnerable. And in fact, Dr. Vickery described Erik as a type of personality that is particularly vulnerable to being the victim of child abuse. Needy and dependent, easily manipulated, sensitive, all of those things. Now, we tried to answer for you the questions that we think people would ask who are not all that familiar with how sexually abused children deal with their lives. We tried to answer for you, why don't they tell people? And boy, we beat that one a lot. And I would hope by now you understand all the reasons why they don't tell people and why they don't just leave. And we tried to make you understand those reasons too. I have a little more to say about that later. But I sense that you understand those issues. I sense that the battle here, if there is still a battle, is to have you believe that this really happened. And all I can say to you is, on a personal level, I don't care if you believe it or not. But as jurors, with the duty of jurors, you have to say, I don't believe it beyond a reasonable doubt in order to reject this evidence. Because if there is even a reasonable doubt in your mind that this happened, you know, logically, this is the only explanation for the chain of events that resulted in these parents' death. And unless you can reject it beyond a reasonable doubt, I would submit to you, you have to accept that this, just as Erik testified, is what precipitated the confrontation with his father and the rolling fear, because this is what he was never to say. This was the scariest thing he could do. This is 10 coat hangers all at once. This is violating the fundamental rule of Father God nature. And he did it. And it terrified him. And it blew up. And it backfired. And there is no explanation the prosecution can offer you that would provide a crisis such as was necessary to lead to the killing of these parents. So I'm still trying to convince you, or at least raise a reasonable doubt in your minds that this actually happened. And we have tried to show you all the corroboration that we could gather that this sexual molestation by Jose Menendez of Erik indeed happened. We've shown you the photographs. And Kitty kept the photographs. The issue of did Kitty know? She has these photographs. Now, maybe she took them. Great. Talk about aiding and abetting. If she didn't take them and Jose took them, she knows Jose took them. The little light bulb should be going off in her head. There's the medical record. Who do you suppose took Erik to the doctor that day? Mom, maybe? That should have been a tip-off, if that is what I think it is. Diane tells her what Lyle is saying. The little bell should have gone off, the little light bulb. Are we still in denial, Mom? Now, I want you to know, though, apart from whether Mom knows this, why is Mom checking out Erik's genitals? Now, why would Erik make that up? We're not claiming. Maybe we should take a brief recess. That's okay. It's after lunch. I think people are getting a little sleepy. Maybe a sugar break.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Thank you. Well, look at it this way. It's pouring rain outside, so aren't you glad to be in here nice and dry? Sure. I was talking to you about the evidence that we were able to present that corroborates the sexual molestation in this case. And I have a couple of other things to mention. and not insignificantly, is the testimony of Erik's cousin, Andy Cano. Now, I believe the testimony of Andy Cano proves to you that this molestation history is not made up. And the reason I say that is because Andy Cano did not come in here and testify. Erik told me he was raped by his father, and his father was sticking pins in his thighs and tacks in his butt and all this very dramatic and awful stuff that Erik testified to. Andy testified that when he was approximately 10 years old, Erik started to ask him and suggested in asking him that there were massages that he was receiving from his father, and he was concerned about whether they were normal. Now, Dr. Burgess testified that at that age, and Erik would have been 13, that's when molested children are beginning to question whether what is happening to them really is as normal as the pedophile is telling them, or whether their emerging sense of right and wrong and morality is correct, that it is abnormal. Now, how could Erik have known? Erik in jail, prosecution theory, have known that that was a classic developmental pattern of sexually abused kids, because that's what he says to his cousin Andy. And Andy comes in here and says he wanted to know if it was normal. And I told him, I don't know. Because he said to me, does your dad do this to you? Which is a normalizing question. And I said, I don't know, because my dad's not here. Because Andy's parents were divorced, and Peter Cano lives in Puerto Rico. And at that time, Andy was living in New Jersey. So he does not tell a flagrantly dramatic story. He does not tell a made-up story. And if the prosecution's theory is right, and all the members of the family are just dancing to Erik's tune, you know, from these little 20-minute jail visits, they're figuring out what to say, one could assume that Andy would have told a much more detailed story. But all he could tell is what he remembers, and he only remembers two things: massages, and it hurt. And he couldn't figure out why during the third conversation he had with Erik told him it hurt, because he couldn't picture a massage that hurt. And it's clear that Erik is very reluctant to talk about the real details of what's going on. So he's using the earliest language of his father, the massages, to explain what's going on. And he's not talking about how at 13 he is being sodomized and stuck with pins. And yes, indeed, that hurts. And I just want you to have some notion. Mr. Kuriyama says we're going to throw up baby pictures. Well, here's the baby. He's 11 and 12 in these two pictures. He's somewhere between 11 and 12. This is his age when the violence begins. This is what he looks like when he's sodomized by his father. He's not a baby, but he sure is a little boy. And this is what he's like at 9 years old when his father has now trained him in how to conduct anal sex, because he's beginning to groom Erik to be the recipient of same. Just a little schoolboy. And because he's a little boy, you can get him to do these things that you could never get a teenager to do. And here's the happy little children of Jose Menendez. And look how they're standing when you have these photographs. You're going to look at those gruesome ones, and you should. It's your duty. And I'd like you to look at the ones that have some bearing on who these children really were. And Terry Burrell testified, this is Erik and Lyle, the first Easter that they live in New Jersey, standing in front of the church that they're taken to Easter, like little soldiers, their little hands stiff by their side. These are the obedient, happy little faces. Look at the look on both of them. A miserable pair of children. Now, earlier I showed you a photograph from Muncie, and I told you it was the cul-de-sac, and I was mistaken. It was the driveway. It was the street that runs past the Menendez house. So if you would just make a note that Exhibit 156, if someone would write that down so you can tell the others, 156, which is a small photograph, is actually the cul-de-sac, and it's really a much more illuminating photo because you can see the entire circle, and you can understand the difficulty that a kid on a bike would have with centrifugal force in that cul-de-sac. Trying to clean this up here so we can move on. The other aspect of the sexual molestation that we believe has been only slightly corroborated, but it is corroboration, is Andy's testimony that there was a time when he was at Erik's house that he hurt himself, and he saw the jar of Vaseline that Erik told you was always kept in his room for when his father needed it. And Andy asked Erik if he could use the Vaseline for his cut. And Erik told him, don't use that. That's not what it's for. And didn't allow Andy to touch that jar of Vaseline. Now, this is a crime scene photograph of Erik's bedroom. And he marked it with a circle to indicate where he was sitting on the Saturday night before the killings with the gun across his knees while his father was pounding on the door. That was the time he wouldn't let his father in. And we pointed out to you that just as Erik testified, there is a jar of Vaseline sitting next to his bed. Now you can say, well, Vaseline has lots of uses. Okay. Well, what was it used for here? No one has come forward to testify that Erik had a pattern of using Vaseline for anything. I don't know of anything. I mean, I only think of Vaseline in thermometers, frankly. Show you how healthy my life has been. But I don't know what else he used. But you don't use Vaseline for injuries. Unlike Andy, who was only 10 at the time, Vaseline is not really an ointment for sores. And Erik told you that the jar of Vaseline is there because there was always a jar of Vaseline by his bed. And that's a crime scene photograph taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department. Now, I pointed out to you that there are a few things that corroborate the abuse that also lend credence to the notion that Kitty Menendez always knew what was going on. But the other things that I think point that out, I've indicated to you she's checking out Erik's genitals, and it's hard to understand what she's looking for, except she's doing that during the period of time when these activities that he described by his father with implements, tying, he said he would tie him. It went by very quickly, and it was not the kind of question I was going to ask him about again, but he said he would tie him with a rope and then give him oral sex. And that's happening. And the needles along the penis is happening then. And mom, at this point, is showing this tremendous interest in his genitals and checking him out. Now, that's a strange thing to make up if that didn't really happen. And we know she had a sort of weird thing in her life with Lyle as well, giving him baths. Forget about what Lyle says happens. Just think in terms of what Diane says. That Diane knows that Kitty Menendez is giving Lyle at 13 and 14 baths and shampoos. Now, it is very, I mean, some of you are mothers and all of you were children, and it's very strange for a mother to be so invasive even of the privacy of a teenage son as to assist him in his bath taking at that age. So her invasion into their, if you will, genital privacy is very strange. She also, as you heard through our experts who had privy to Dr. Summerfield's notes, she also, without ever revealing anything of consequence in therapy, makes reference to sick secrets. Erik also testified that although his mother would come when he would be throwing up because he was sick, she never came when he was throwing up because of the activities with his father. She never knocked on the door. This is a very busy and successful businessman. He's like, you know, some big mucky muck in RCA, and then he's president of the company with live entertainment, and he gets all these business calls, but never, ever during any of the time that he is alone with Erik in his room is there ever even a phone call. Well, obviously, that's not true. There must have been phone calls, but she is a non-interferer. She isn't going to go in that room. And what is it that she doesn't want to walk in on? And then the other thing, which I think Mr. Kuriyama wants to put a slightly different twist on, is what is this pressure that she's putting on Erik to get a girlfriend when they're living in California? What is it she's worried about? Okay. Well, Erik says that he figures that she's worried that he's gay. Now, why would she worry that he's gay? Well, he tells you he was very sexually inhibited because he was afraid when he was a young teenager that if he got involved with girls, they would, or anybody, I suppose, they would find out that he was having sex with his father. He thought it was obvious. He thought he wouldn't be able to keep that secret. And yet, when he finally gets involved in a very intense relationship with a young girl named Kirsten, he realizes he can do that and Kirsten won't figure it out. And Kirsten didn't figure it out. But there was a point when he broke off his relationship with Kirsten because the sex with his father was making it impossible to be with her, that it would interfere with his relationship with the girlfriend because of what was happening with his father. And there were 2 periods of his life when he was with this girl, Kirsten. And this is the girlfriend that he came up with when his mother was pressuring him. And I interpret Kitty's pressuring him that it's okay because of whatever her trade-offs were in her life for her husband to be having sex with her son, but God forbid the neighbors should think as a result that her son is homosexual, because God forbid they should figure out if he were that, what made him that. Now, these are not very sophisticated people, obviously, when it comes to matters of sexuality. These are not very sophisticated people when it comes to matters of child rearing. And I don't think that you can make a person homosexual, but I think you can definitely screw up the boundaries of a child if you are forcing same-sex sex on him when that isn't his natural predilection. And therefore, Erik was very concerned and very confused at a period of his life as to whether or not what was going on with his father meant something about himself. And I think his mother's only concern was not, what is this doing to Erik? Is the poor boy confused? Is this hurting him? But the splendid and perfect Menendezes can't have a child so imperfect as to be homosexual. And therefore, he better get a girlfriend. She knew darn well he wasn't homosexual. She knew darn well what he was molested. And so with all this having happened to him, who did he wind up being? Erik Menendez. I'm going to stand over. Oh, no, I'll use the little one again, just to make it easier for all of you. When he was this baby, and we have baby pictures, I won't bother putting them up. You'll see them. He's real cute, like most babies. When he was a baby and a toddler, his Aunt Martha describes him as open and happy and friendly and outgoing, and his Aunt Terry calls him a child with a sunny disposition. And it all changes. And what changed it? Because as a child and a teenager, and I went through everything that everybody who testified in this trial said about him, and this is what they said about him. Nice kid. That was Marzi Eisenberg. Very good kid. Embarrassed, insecure, very shy, very sad, distressful, very emotional, lonely, sensitive, distrustful. Can't imagine why. Too soft, too tender, too mediocre, and that's Jose Menendez speaking. Respectful, very disciplined, nice to mother, tearful, frightened, tried very hard, applied himself, quiet, introverted, not happy, very obedient, excitable, crier and whiner, that was Alan, polite, soft, tender, loved family, that's Aunt Terry, affectionate, well-behaved, kind of gentle, fragile, Sandy Sharp, needy, vulnerable, caring, anxious, fearful, fun-loving, naive, unsophisticated, immature, and this is a description of him at 18. Learning disabled, spaced out, robotic, and that's a description of how he acts around his father when he's being criticized. Afraid, seeking approval, gifted athlete. Now show me here, arrogant, show me vicious, show me cruel, show me cold, show me heartless, show me conscienceless, show me pitiless, show me mean, show me any of the things that his parents were. Show me a killer. Because he isn't here and he isn't there. And this is what he's like after this cold-blooded first-degree murderer. Lost and confused. This person who does not want to be controlled by his father, that's their theory. What does he do afterwards? Gives his money to his Aunt Martha and asks everybody in the world, what should I do with my life? What should I do with my life? And puts himself in an 8 to 10 hour a day, rigorous, vigorous training program, back to work with Mark Heffernan. This person who didn't want control. What does he do, go to the beach? Yes, he goes to Cancun with Maravich because he wants to kill himself. And while down there, he tells Maravich how he doesn't trust her zeal. But what does he take off and become the playboy of the Western world? No, he keeps looking for structure. He keeps looking for control. That's why they go to Mark Slack and someone they didn't even know. And they're asking perfect strangers, what do we do with our life? What do we do now? lost and confused and scared, somber and upset and crying. He spoke at the memorial service in Los Angeles and cried. Was he being hypocritical? No. The tragedy of this is that to this day he doesn't hate them. To this day he loves his parents and only remembers the good of them. Depressed, agitated, felt isolated, alienated, suicidal, despairing, overwhelmed with guilt, and overwrought. And that's before he's arrested. And you heard from Dr. Vickery what he was afterwards. A basket case on the brink of a psychotic break. Now, you don't become this after someone dies. This is what you always were. And you do not wake up one morning when you are this person and say, I shall kill my parents. That is inconceivable. There really is good and evil in this world. There really is. There really are good people and bad people. And sadly enough, given where we are, Erik Menendez is a good person who did a bad thing. And you cannot judge the sinner by the sin alone, because you will never understand what to call the sin unless you look at the person who did it. Now, before I get to going through the last days, I want to see if I can help you understand something that frankly was once hard for me to understand, because this is not the first parricide case involving an abused child that I've ever been involved in. And I recognize that the hardest thing for people to understand is why these children, why a child like Erik, because you can take a child in an abused family and put them completely over the edge. There can be children who are so abused that they are psychotic, they are insane, and they can kill in delusional states. And this happens. And that's very tragic. And moreover, I mean, if the abuse is really bad enough, and you cannot predict when that's going to happen, because every person is born with a different sensitivity to treatment, to maltreatment. Some people can handle a lot of it, and some people can handle very little of it. And you hear stories, for example, of multiple personalities. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that book, Sybil, which was one of the most devastating things that I've ever read, about an infant who is tortured. And in order to survive, the coping mechanism of an infant who can't cognate, who can't think, I'll be better off later, I can wait to go to college. An infant doesn't have that ability. So for the organism to survive, the infant splits and takes herself away. The conscious self leaves so that the conscious self does not have to experience the excruciating pain of the torture that's inflicted on that infant. And that's how you form multiple personalities. Very, very seriously mentally ill people. And they understand now in trying to, and it's very rare as well, but they understand in working with multiple personality people now that they're almost exclusively the creation of extreme physical abuse under the age of 3. Under the age when a person can come up with more cognitive coping mechanisms. But Erik's extreme abuse didn't begin till much later. And so he was able to cope with it in rational ways. Okay, but the point of this is how to make people understand. Oh, and then one other thing I wanted to say about parasite cases. There are also cases in which children are mentally ill, seriously mentally ill, and it is not caused by any maltreatment by their parents. Because one of the terrible tragedies of really serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, is it doesn't have anything to do with how you treat someone. It is a disease, the origin of which is not very well understood. And there are many families, and I know some of them, where at a certain age, their children just become extremely mentally ill, and they've been wonderful parents. And there have been cases where extremely mentally ill psychotic children have killed their parents, and it had nothing to do with abuse. But those are also called parasite cases. But we do not have here an extremely mentally ill kid. We have here the person as described. And what's very hard for those of us who didn't live through this kind of experience to understand is how can their perception of the universe be so different than ours? In other words, why can't they just leave? Now, if Erik, and let me see if I can explain it because it's a hard concept and I'm not a psychiatrist, but if Erik had had other experiences in his life besides the intense one of his own family, he is, remember, very isolated into this 4-person unit that is this family. And everything he knows about people and everything he knows about relationships is what he is learning inside this family. And his parents are people of very extreme emotions. And they are people who never let him develop any sense of independence. What that means is he never has any idea that he is a competent person, that he can solve his own problems, that he has certain rights, in fact, to certain treatment. And they're so plugged in, these kinds of children in these families, to the family myths of the parents being perfect and the parents always being right, that it doesn't even occur to them that they're being abused, that this is an abnormal family. And if you don't have that notion, you don't have a right to be angry. And you don't have a right to stand up for yourself. You can't pick up the coat hanger if you don't think that you're ever right. And in this family, only the parents are right. If Erik had the insight of the prosecution theory is, all right, maybe he's being abused and he's being controlled, and so he figures out, I'm being controlled, this is unfair, I want to get out of here. If he had the insight of that theory to know that he was being controlled and abused and could say to himself, my father was no good, he's a sadist. My mother is no good, she's sadistic. It's not our fault that they don't love us. If he had that much insight into what was going on in the family, he would have been healthy, like we are. He would have been healthy enough to know, hey, I'm walking. But he didn't have that insight. Where was he going to get it from? What was the norm that he was supposed to compare these people to? And what were the resources that he had for support? We talk about the battered wife, and we talk about Kitty Menendez, and Dr. Briere talked about the difference between the battered wife and the abused child, and how much worse the lot of the abused child is, because they have no experience outside this family to know what's normal, to know what's good, to know who's to blame. The battered wife at least comes into that relationship with previous life experiences. She can tell. She has a sense of fair, unfair. Now, she can get ground down because, as he explains, if you're in a situation where you're hit and every time you get up, you're hit again, sooner or later, you stop getting up. And that's known as learned helplessness. But it's trained helplessness in a child. So neither Erik nor Lyle, I believe, had any understanding then about what was wrong with their family. And since they don't understand the right and wrong of it, they don't have the sense of anger. And this is clear also from Dr. Vickery's testimony. He was never angry at his parents. If he had been, he would have been healthier. He would have known, I'm me and they're them and they're wrong and I'm right and I can have my anger. And anger in that family by the children was certainly not encouraged. What was encouraged, what was generated, was fear. Fear was the permissible emotion. Look how much energy these parents spent in engendering fear. And Erik was raised to be a fearful child, and Erik was a fearful child, and fear was the one emotion that was allowed to him. And so here he is, experiencing a great deal of turmoil and unhappiness. He could not be otherwise given this life, and it all translates into fear of these powerful people. Now, I don't know if that explains it, but there's a little more. Okay. You see, what happened in this family was that Jose particularly played upon every little kid's feeling that their parent is perfect and that their parent is a hero. And in this family, Jose's perfectionism and Jose's heroism is writ large by everybody. And then what a parent, this is our scientist in this experiment, what that parent can do is he can pound on that child and deprive that child of any kind of perspective. He's got so much power that he takes away from that child any ability to understand what's wrong with the parent. This is a real perversion of this parent-child bond where the children naturally look up to the parent and the parent uses that to twist it into a system where theirs is the only truth. Theirs is the only reality. And as I said to you before, in this particular home, the parents act in very extreme ways. So Erik never even learned any perspective on a normal range of feelings or a normal type of relationship. And that's why he could believe, growing up in this fearful atmosphere, that these parents who were so extreme for so many years truly could kill him. Now, he expresses on a conscious level during those last days why it is he can't run away. And I don't think he even understands all the reasons why he can't run away. But not having been a lazy child ever, what are the resources available to him, let us say, during that last week, if he had scanned it and thought about running away? He was worked very hard as a child, but obviously he was never trained to work. He has a semi-high school education. And I say that because it's impossible to know whose work got him his grades. I mean, he's got a diploma, but that's all he is a high school graduate with no skill and no training. And where is he going to go? If he goes to the only relatives he really knows, because he hardly knows Joan Vandermolen, and he doesn't know Pat Anderson that well, we can see the warm and cheerful reception he probably would have received from Uncle Brian. But where is he supposed to go? He's supposed to go to Terry and Carlos and say, I've run away from home. Now, as I say, Terry and Carlos are very nice people, but they were spies for Jose and Kitty Menendez. They testified. They reported everything that Lyle did wrong right back to the parents. Now, can Erik go to them and say, I've run away from home because Dad is molesting me? And when Erik testifies it was out of the question, you can see how out of the question it was. What are those people going to do? Are they going to believe him? And if they believe him, can they protect him? Are they going to stand up to Jose Menendez? I mean, I think the only reason they can believe it now is because they're dead and something terrible had to be going on. And that's what Terry Barral testified to. I know these boys. They wouldn't have killed their parents based on just what I saw. Something terrible had to have happened. And indeed, that's the only explanation for what happened here. But where was he supposed to run? And is Jose Menendez and Kitty Menendez, are they really going to let them out? I mean, these are the people they've controlled constantly. These are the people whose performance and whose perfection is so important to them. They're just going to let him walk away. I mean, Kitty tracked Jose's mistress to New York. I think that in his position, with his fear of these people and his understanding of their relentlessness, it is not hard to understand, or it should not be hard to understand, why there seemed to be no options and no choices when the crisis started. Now I want to talk about what happened during that last period of time. We talk about it as the last week, but it wasn't just a week. It started before that. This is the killer, according to the prosecution theory. This is a photograph taken in Louisville, Kentucky on July 27, 1989. This is less than a month away. And this is Erik working on his little playbook. This is the place where he played more matches than any other kid, this kid who has to get off his butt and go to work, and where he nearly collapsed from heat exhaustion in his efforts to please the folks. And this is a picture that was also taken on that same trip in Louisville of Kitty and Jose Menendez. And what happens during this tennis tour of the summer is very significant, because it is clear that what has happened in the Menendez family, particularly, well, with respect to both parents, but in different ways, is this. Having struggled all these years with their very strange ideas of how to create perfect little clones of Jose, it has finally been brought home to these people that their little experiment in human development has not worked, that you really cannot create perfect children through abuse and torture and molestation and pressure and belittling and degrading and dependency, which is what they have been doing with their kids. And the children, surprisingly enough, are not perfect. And they are not just disappointed. They are disgusted. This is not what they wanted. They wanted perfect little trophies. And if you're not a perfect little trophy, they don't have a great deal of use for you. And this is the message, I believe, that starts to get transmitted to both of the boys at least a year before the killings. Now, yes, Erik committed a crime, okay? And I talked to you yesterday about what you can do with that information. But the really interesting thing about that is how extraordinary it is for a kid from a well-off family to be committing a theft offense. This is a clear indication that something is wrong, okay? So what is the parental reaction? Cover up and criticism, not for an immoral act, but for a stupid one. Because this is how they deal with their children. And this comes out over and over again. Jose Menendez's problem with these theft offense was not the $12,000 in restitution he had to make, but the fact that the kids were once again stupid. They were not nearly as clever as he would have been. They are not the perfect product. He would have done it better. And his disgust about those episodes have nothing, I submit to you, to do with being morally outraged or being critical of his children for having done such a thing. It's because they didn't get away with it. They weren't clever enough. They weren't being Menendez's. That's what bothered him about it. But that is bad enough in his rule book, because his children have to be clever like he is and brilliant like he is, no matter who they really are. And so what happens then, of course, is Erik winds up at Dr. Oziel's. Now, if you knew nothing else about Dr. Oziel but that he had this family in September of 88 and the children killed the parents in August of 89, that should be enough of a recommendation of the man, I should think. But what happens here is perhaps Erik's last chance. And as fate would have it, I've always wondered, you know, I never liked the word karma very much in the 70s when it was popular, okay? But there is something to be said about a notion of miserable luck or a bad sign under which one can be born. And as Erik knows, because we have talked about this, he has had the worst karma of anyone I've ever known. It isn't bad enough that he was born to these two people who, if they had only married somebody else, their kids might have had a fighting chance. If either one of them had been a halfway decent parent, this dreadful thing wouldn't have happened. But when both extremely bad parents get together, this is why you have this crime. But apart from the dreadful karma of having been born to these two people, and the dreadful things that they did, and the fact that he was just talented enough that they could get away with all this pressure. What if he hadn't been a decent athlete at all? That would have been a whole area of pressure that he wouldn't have to have lived under. But it's this constant mixed blessing. He was a great athlete, so they could push him and pressure him and make his life miserable. Just an aside on that point, something I meant to say, and I may as well say it now. We talked before about children who can become seriously mentally ill when they're abused with the regularity, with the relentlessness as what went on in this family. One of the things that saves children, and one of our experts mentioned this, is physical exercise. Now, it is true that the sports training was torture, but I truly, truly, truly believe that it saved his life, that it saved his sanity for sure. because through all that physical activity, so much of the tension and the stress is relieved. And beyond that, through the fact that God, with his sense of humor, made him a great athlete in spite of all the negative things in his life, there was something about which he could think well of himself. He could get some positive stuff, not so much from the parents, because it was always conditional. As everyone said, he never was praised for a good performance. He was simply told, right, now next time, don't do this and don't do this and don't do this. So it certainly wasn't from the parents, but from the peer group, from the world, from the other relatives. He had some sense of being worthwhile and being accomplished from the sport. And I believe that is why he wasn't psychotic before. And luckily, Dr. Vickery caught him in time that he wasn't after either. Okay. See, but I knew by doing that I was gonna sidetrack myself, and so I did. All right, karma, the worst, karma and Oziel, they always go together in my mind. So here he is with his last clear chance, and who does blind fate send him to but the sex therapist in Beverly Hills? You know, if he had just wound up at that point in the hands of anybody decent, he would have been saved. This wouldn't have happened. But he gets this guy who has no notion of, you heard all about dual relationships? And here is a guy with an adolescent acting out. That's what this, I don't like that phrase, acting out. It makes it seem very minor. It's not minor. It was a real serious thing that he was involved in a theft offense. And it should have been treated real seriously from a psychological standpoint, not because of the amount of money involved. But here he is with Oziel, and there should have been bells going off all over the place that there's something very wrong in this family. And absolutely the worst thing you can do then is to do a therapy that isn't confidential for the kid. To not set up a situation where that kid could ever trust you enough, or it would ever be safe enough for him to tell you what's really going on. And Oziel testified, I showed him one, he told us, of the more than one waivers of confidentiality that wound up being part of the operational scheme of his therapy with Erik in 1988 and 1989. Now that is such a disaster. Here was possibly a chance for all this to stop, for things to get sorted, at least for the kids. I don't think you could do much with these parents. I mean, Kitty Menendez was in therapy for 3 years and had moved nowhere, and Jose was not the therapy type. But at least there could be some support there for the kid. If you can create an environment, as our experts said, where the kid is free to talk, even if he can't get out of the home, he can figure out maybe for the first time, you know what, kid? It wasn't your fault. But no, he's got an Oziel who knows who pays the bills. And who pays the bills is Kitty and Jose. And Kitty and Jose are not about to let their kid be in therapy where he could talk. And the bottom line is this is no therapy at all. This is a smokescreen for the juvenile court. And by the way, Mr. Kuriyama, when he's talking about that last year, and he's talking about the theft offense and the crime, he's talking about Erik as an adult. Erik was 17 in 1988 for most of the year. And that's why his case went to juvenile, not adult court. And in this case, I don't think it makes the slightest difference, frankly, if Erik was 17 when his parents were killed, 18 when his parents were killed, or any age, because in his life, those people never, ever let go. He was never free of their influence. And that's why Lyle's situation in that sense is not really any different than Erik's. Lyle could be in school 3,000 miles away, and his life is being run by these parents. Okay, so what happens over the course of that last summer? Well, it is clear that these people now, not having made the perfect product, as Carlos Baralt testifies, are now ready to throw them away. And I submit to you that what happens in the last weeks is, rather than the children rising up against the parents go to war against the children. They are disgusted. They didn't turn out the way they wanted. They don't have any tolerance for them. I mean, Erik is still a weakling who never performed properly. And now he's lost the biggest tournament of his life. So he is utterly worthless to Jose Menendez at this point. And all their mother wants is to get them out of her life, finally, so she can have a romantic fantasy totally to herself. She wants them away. She wants them out of her life. She's feeling sorry for herself that she sacrificed her career, her ambitions as a beauty queen, as whatever it was she wanted to be. And now is the time. She's looking to be an empty nester with a vengeance. She wants these boys gone. They have no value to these parents anymore. They didn't turn out the way they wanted, okay? And for Jose Menendez, the proof of that is that Erik has the effrontery, exhausted and in the middle of a heat wave, and given what he has done in Louisville, he has the effrontery to lose to a lower ranked player who, in his parents' assessment, he should not have lost to. And, of course, he gets blamed for Lyle's camcorder. These are the last straws. And these parents go to war. Okay? And how is that demonstrated? Well, Kitty's father is up in Canada. He's got cancer. She wants to go see him. They're supposed to go up there after Kalamazoo like every year. So what does Jose do? He decides, we're not going. Now, who's he punishing with this? This is because he's angry at Erik for having lost, right? He's not punishing Erik, though. He decides to punish Kitty. See, all the way through, that's how he maintained power in this family, the old divide and conquer, okay? He made sure Kitty never allied with the kids. He made sure the kids didn't ally with Kitty. He tells Erik, your mother's not your friend, she's my friend. And nothing could have been truer in this family because she never acts like the children's friend. She's always the ally of Jose. And now what he does, it's an interesting power play. He's going to punish Kitty because Erik lost. Now, how is that going to make Kitty feel? Angry at Erik, blaming the boys, which is what she does when she gets punished by Jose. So he cancels Canada. He cancels Erik going back to tennis camp in Florida. We're all going home to LA. And then he's going to read Erik the riot act. You're going to go to college and you're going to take what I want. And that's how it's going to be. And he's just kicking him around because he's angry. And he knows he's got the power. And he knows he can do that. But what he doesn't know is that Erik has been clinging to life with one idea. When I go to college, this is going to end. And when Jose tells him, here's how it's going to be, and throws in the zinger that you're going to be home several nights a week. Now, this is just sadistic, okay? This is just typical Jose. Punish everybody because he's pissed off about something. Be really sadistic. You know the kid's been wanting to go to college. Tell him, I'm not sure you're going to play on the tennis team. This kid's been working so hard all summer long, working so hard year in and year out to be a tennis player in college. And now he says, I don't know if you're going to be on the tennis team in college. I'll decide that too. Just flexing his muscles, just throwing his weight around. The trouble is he miscalculated. He miscalculated how tenuous Erik's grasp on life was. He miscalculated that the kid was not 13 anymore. Now he's 18. And at 18, he's going through a 16-year-old struggle for independence, and he can't allow it to go on. He has only kept himself going by the belief that it's going to stop. And now, when he hears from his father, it isn't going to stop. He cannot take it anymore, no matter how much his father threatens or how much his father bullies. He can't do it. He's at the end of his rope. And Kitty, of course, having been taken back home, why she doesn't go to Canada by herself is because she never will let Jose out of her sight. This is her jealousy and her obsessiveness about him. In any event, she goes to war on her favorite target, which is Lyle. And they have this fight over the hairpiece. Now, remember, they come back on August 9th. There are tickets, I think we've indicated, that show when they return from Chicago. They come back on August 9th, and within a few days, Erik testifies he has the first of his meetings with his father, where his father tells him what his future is going to be. And that's not really news to him, and that doesn't really bother him in particular. It's the next conversation where his father tells him exactly what classes he's going to take and the fact that he's going to be coming back home. That tells him that his life of servitude to this man as his little sex object and that his life of punishment with that kind of behavior isn't going to end. And he tells you, however, that when his father talks about, and maybe there's no tennis team, that is sort of a mixed message. Because on the one hand, yes, he's been training for the tennis team. That is a great source of his self-esteem, and it's what he did want. On the other hand, no tennis means no pressure. It means no criticism, at least in one area. It means no heat exhaustion in the middle of the summer. I mean, it has a glimmer of maybe some free time, which he's never had. So it's a kind of mixed message, but the real message is, I'm angry at you. I'm punishing you. That's the real message from all of this. So he feels at this point, as he's described, that all of his hope for rectifying his life is gone, and he's right. I mean, this is a real perception. This isn't an unreasonable person's perception. And he says he went off and cried and felt sorry for himself, and he wanted to leave the house for a few days, and his mother steps in there and tells him he's not going anywhere and he's not doing anything, and she's throwing her weight around because she's probably mad at him because he's cost her the trip to Canada where she wants to see her father who has cancer. In any event, after he has this angry words with his mother, his father comes in and typical Jose style says, "Going somewhere? Are you going somewhere? You got a problem, pal?" And of course, Erik says, no. He's not going to get into an argument with his father. But his father says, "I will deal with you when I come back," because he's going on a business trip that week. And this is not his typical business trip, like the one that we believe was scheduled for the following week. This isn't one day to Minneapolis and back. As Roger Smith testified, this is like a 3-day trip. Excuse me. Okay. On Tuesday afternoon, Erik says he oversees and overhears this argument between his mother and his brother. And at the end of this argument, his mother rips off Lyle's hairpiece. Now, I think this is done. I'm going to take it down. I decided to stop here so I can walk around. I'm tired. Now I'll fold this up. And that'll make the blood circulate. Now, oh, look, a new view. Maybe that'll wake me up. Okay. I'm not really boring myself. It's just I haven't slept much in the last week or so. Maybe I'm boring you. But anyway, let's talk about this episode. Now, let me just say that if Erik knew that his brother wore a hairpiece, it would still have been shocking to see his mother tear it off. Because this is the kind of hairpiece that isn't just put on every morning. It's not, as Mr. Kuriyama would well, I don't know what his motive is on this one. Maybe he doesn't know the right word. But he keeps calling it a wig. Maybe that's just to humiliate and embarrass Lyle. I don't know. But it's not a wig, it's a toupee, and it's a toupee that's affixed in a certain way so that it hurts when you take it off. And whether he knew about it or didn't know about it, the point of the story is that she humiliates Lyle. She does a violent thing, and she embarrasses him, and she shows his baldness, which you've never seen in this courtroom. And that's what's so shocking to Erik. Now the prosecution's going to make a big deal over the notion Erik lied about knowing about his brother's hairpiece. Nuh-uh. Jamie Pisarcik lied. Erik didn't lie about this. Okay? Erik testified, "I knew that something had been done with Lyle's hair because it looked so different. What I didn't know is that it was that. It was a toupee that you could tear off." That's all he said. Now, Miss Pisarcik, who other people called the gold digger, came in and testified that for the first time in November 2nd, November 3rd, 1993, when the Magic Eye has been televising every single day relentlessly of this trial, in November, long after Erik and Lyle have testified, she tells Detective Zoller the following story. In the spring of 1989, I was at the Menendez home, and Erik overheard a conversation of his mother, which informed him that Lyle wore a toupee. And Erik acknowledged to me, I'm not quoting her, this is the gist. And Erik said to me, "Oh, yes, I didn't know about it in the beginning, but I know it now, and that explains. I was so surprised to find out he had a toupee, but that explains why his hair is always in place." Now, that's the story that she tells Detective Zoller. Detective Zoller's gone fishing, by the way. It's not like she calls up to say this is the story. They're looking in their desperation for anything to try to overcome this enormous case that the defense has put on here. So Zoller says, what do you know about the hairpiece? Did you know anything about the hair? Did Eric know about the hairpiece? I bet Eric knew about the hairpiece. I can just see this. This is not a tape recorded conversation, by the way. This is not a tape recorded interview between Zoller and Miss Pisarcik. So we don't exactly know how it evolved. But she tells him it's the spring of 1989. And she takes the witness stand. And she testifies on direct examination that it is the late spring, early summer. So is that May? Is that June, we wonder? Those of us who have a notion that the year is divided into 4 distinct seasons. So then on cross-examination, Miss Lansing starts to question her about when is this, and she then, I guess, remembering that she broke up with Lyle in April and therefore couldn't be back here in late spring, early summer makes it just spring. Okay, so what's just spring? Well, just spring is April. But she was working in April, so just spring is now March. And then, of course, out come her work records, which show that there is no way except for one weekend that she could have come out here in March in order to overhear this or to have out of the blue this conversation that she says she had with Eric. And when I say out of the blue, I cross-examined her. And I asked her what preceded this conversation. What did you do before? What did you do after? Why did it come up? How did it come up? Where were you going? Why were you on the second floor of the house when you're hanging out in the guest house? And we all know Mrs. Menendez can't stand her. And she has no answers. I don't know. I don't remember. Nothing. Oh, but this little helpful conversation. This, she says, she remembers. Now, you cannot, I don't care how good a cross-examiner you are, you cannot very often get a witness to say, you're right, I lied. Doesn't happen. Once in a while, you'll get a witness who's trying to be honest to say, I made a mistake and I was wrong, like Eric did. But you can't get someone like this who says, you're right, I lied. The only thing you can do is try to show that they lied about any significant portion of what they're saying. Well, there's only 2 portions. There's only 2 parts to what she's saying. What was said and when. 2 facts. That's all there are. Okay? And in fact, she backs off of the what was said because she says, well, I didn't overhear. See, because what she originally says is she overhears Mrs. Menendez giving this information to Eric and then has a conversation with Eric about it. She backs off of that. Okay? Even Zoller tries to help her by backing off along with her. But this is what's in his report, that she says Eric overheard a conversation with his mother, and then she has a conversation with Eric. So she backs off of that. She changes that. But more important, we get her. I mean, we got her. I mean, you can tell these moments in a courtroom. Some of the stuff we do is pretty subtle. Valentine, you will admit, was not subtle, right? Pisarcik was not subtle either. She's sitting up here. She says it happens in the spring. Here comes Miss Lansing with envelope after envelope of her work records and blows her out of the water. She lied. And she shows she lied. And you get down to that one weekend in March, and it is the weekend when Eric isn't there because he's at the Doral in Florida on the tennis circuit playing in the Easter Bowl. Here are the travel records that show it. Here are the credit card charges that show the families in Florida, the only weekend in the springtime when Jamie Pisarcik could have been at the Beverly Hills house, and she's lying. So now where does it go? Oh, well, Miss Lansing says, well, now that we know it's not March, how about February? Oh, yeah, it was February. So you take her through the February work records. And there's no time in February for her to have come. So then Miss Lansing says, so now you're going to say it was January? I mean, and the question really is, so now you're going to lie again? Well, it was when I was there seeing Hurley Burley. And Hurley Burley, as you will understand from the stipulation, ran between November and January. So now the spring is the winter. And yet you're supposed to believe this witness. And as I've indicated to you before, Ed Fenno testified that he's around the Menendez brothers a lot and he didn't know about the hairpiece. And moreover, the whole family testified, virtually. And none of them indicated they knew about the hairpiece. There was one other area, of course, that Ms. Pisarcik testified about in front of you, and that had to do with the use of the credit card. And I won't take you through that whole elaborate thing, but it's clear she wasn't being honest. She was improperly, she and her entire family, according to her, were using the Menendez family phone card and running up these huge charges. She was, stealing, okay? And she's doing that long after she's broken up with Lyle. And she's claiming that she did it that first week, the week that we first showed her the billing records on, because she's trying to put herself and Lyle together at this tournament. And Mrs. Menendez gave her permission. And we know Mrs. Menendez did not want to encourage in any way Jamie and Lyle being together again. So she lied about the telephone credit card. And then when Miss Lansing shows her, it wasn't just that week that it was being used. Then she makes up the story. Well, Lyle had given my whole family permission to use it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, I don't know all of Ms. Pisarcik's motives to make up stories, but here she is willing to testify against a young man that she was engaged to marry who has never done a bad thing to her. You didn't hear of any rotten thing that Lyle ever did to her, such as would make her want to pay him back. But nevertheless, she's willing to come into court in a death penalty case. That's the kind of person she is, you see, and testify against him. And I submit to you, somebody that heartless is also willing to make up a lie to help the prosecution to get Erik. But the bottom line is, what happens on Tuesday night, Tuesday afternoon in the Menendez home, the significant part of that episode is the shock of the mother tearing off Lyle's hairpiece and embarrassing Lyle. And the fact that now we know the next time in Erik's presence since 4 years old when Lyle cried. And it's when he's 29 and he's in this house. And so Erik decides to go and tell him what happened. Now, what's interesting about the Tuesday night discussion where Erik tells Lyle, because he's feeling suicidal and miserable and his life is not going to work out, and he goes and tells Lyle that what went on with his father that Lyle knew about earlier. I don't know if you remember this aspect of their history, but Lyle figured out when he was a young teenager that Jose was molesting Erik because he could hear things. He was in the next bedroom and he could hear things. He didn't have to go down the hall to try to hear things. And he figured out what was going on, and he had a little confrontation then with his father. And although his father denied it, his father indicated not to worry, right? And then Lyle says that he talked to Erik subsequently, asking Erik in some way if things were okay between Erik and Dad. And Erik, who had gotten a beating from Jose because Jose thought Erik had told Lyle, and that's how Lyle knew. Erik tells Lyle, no, don't worry, everything's fine, it's all over, okay? Or words to that effect. So now Lyle is finding out that it wasn't all over and that his brother hadn't told him the truth and that this has been going on. And now if this was a made-up story, folks, what would you make up would be Lyle's reaction? Oh, Erik, how awful for you. Oh, Erik, how terrible. Oh, Erik, what a miserable thing for him to do. Oh, Erik, I'm so sorry. And is that Lyle's reaction? No. What you hear testified to here is Lyle's initial reaction is, I didn't believe him, and I was angry. And he doesn't believe him, and he's angry because he doesn't want to believe that his baby brother was being treated that badly, and he didn't do anything to stop it. And he wasn't the one his brother came to. And that state of mind on Lyle's part is all of a piece of how Lyle and Erik grew up and how they related to each other in this family. And it is not the story that liars would tell, I submit to you, because it isn't logical. It makes sense in the context of this family, but it isn't the kind of thing you'd make up. And so they then have a discussion, and by the end of the discussion, Lyle is no longer angry at Erik. I mean, he even accuses him of liking it. And that's not the kind of thing I think that would be said if the story was being made up. In any event, what's resolved that night is that Lyle, who has had this very strange experience that's different than Erik's with his father, Lyle has sort of been built up on the one hand and torn down on the other. He has been given the notion since he is the firstborn, since he is the heir apparent, that he really is a Menendez, that he too is one of the superior creatures such as Jose and Kitty. And so, and because his father has had these long talks with him, I think the kid's been given the false impression that he actually has his father's respect, that his father will actually listen to him. But deluded creature that he is, Lyle believes that. Lyle actually believes, which shows you how distorted the perception of the children in this family is. Lyle actually believes that he's going to be able to sit down with his father and say, you have to stop molesting Erik. Okay, Dad? And I'm going to take Erik back with me to Princeton, or I'm going to come here and go to UCLA and live with Erik. But really, Dad, it's not right for you to do that, so you're going to have to stop. And this is how distorted Lyle's perception is, that he thinks because he has been told all of his young life by his father that he was special and he was a Menendez, that he can have such a conversation with him. And it doesn't seem to occur to him how bizarre this is. That you can't go and tell your father, stop buggering my brother. You can't do that. Not with a Jose Menendez. But you see, that's my point about their lack of perception. He doesn't understand just how strange all this really is. This isn't like negotiating over your college roommate, but he has no perspective. So he decides he's going to be able to do this. And of course, Erik will like anything that would solve the problem that he has, which is to end the molestation. And for years, he has let his brother be his spokesperson because Lyle was the more respected and regarded one in the family. And so he is hoping, although he's very apprehensive about it because he has a much better picture of Jose as a pervert than Lyle does. He is the one it's being done to. For Lyle, it's an idea at this point that stopped in his life when he was about 8. For Erik, it is a way of life. In any event, what's resolved Tuesday is that Lyle is going to have this discussion with Dad on Thursday. And what happens on Wednesday is very unfortunate because Lyle unfortunately tells Mom, and Lyle testified about this because Erik didn't know this, but Lyle testifies that on Wednesday he tells Mom that he wants to talk to Dad when Dad gets home, and unfortunately he lets Mom know the general subject matter. Now, Erik and Lyle go to lunch on Wednesday, and during the course of that lunch, Lyle tells Erik that he had mentioned to their mother that he wanted to talk to Father when Father got home, but Lyle doesn't tell Erik that he told Mother the subject matter, and Erik doesn't know that, and Erik is concerned about that. Erik says he said to Lyle, hope he didn't tell Mother, why you want to talk to Dad. Oh, no, says Lyle. All right, so Thursday. Now, Erik testifies about Thursday that his recollection is he had a partial tennis lesson with Mark Heffernan that morning. He says what he remembers about that lesson is that he didn't feel up to completing it, and he sort of cut it short. Now, Mr. Kuriyama makes a big deal over whether or not there was a tennis lesson with Mark Heffernan Friday morning, and I submit to you, I don't think it makes the slightest bit of difference whether the tennis lesson was Thursday morning or Friday morning. Erik believes it was Thursday. Mark says, he's never said, I'm sure. He said, I believe it's Friday. He really can't know because he doesn't have his calendar. He doesn't have his schedule. The reason he thinks it was Friday is because he believes when he asked about play on the weekend that he was told, we can't play with you tomorrow because we're going on a boat trip. But it could have also been, we can't play with you Saturday because we're going on a boat trip. But the fact of the matter is, he could have had this truncated tennis lesson with Mark Friday morning, because what he definitely remembers, and what Lyle definitely remembers, is that he is on the tennis court Friday morning when Lyle wakes up. Okay, but now we're back to Thursday, before the fat is in the fire, if you will. So Erik's recollection is he played with his coach, Mark Heffernan, Thursday morning, that his father is due home from the business trip sometime that evening. And his recollection is that his father was originally due home at 6 o'clock, but that the flight keeps getting delayed over and over and over again. He leaves the house at some point, Erik, and he stays away. He calls in. See, he's very afraid of what he knows his father. He knows his father's violence more than Lyle does. He knows his father's negativity more than Lyle does. He's been the butt of it for years. And he's afraid. And he's been a bit of a coward also, Erik. He hasn't told Lyle everything, including all the violent things, because he's afraid that if he tells Lyle really how bad it was with Dad, Lyle will get cold feet and he won't help him, and he has no other resource, and he doesn't want Lyle to say, well, more than I can handle, buddy. He wants him to do something. He wants to believe that his big brother can get him out of this mess. All right. Anyway, he calls in periodically. He finds out that Dad's going to be home later and later and later and later. And so he gets home, and the first information he gets about how the talk went is when his father shows up at his room. Now, again, the prosecution makes a big deal over nothing, which is his father bangs on his bedroom door, and Flor didn't hear it. Well, this is about midnight. Maybe Flor's asleep. Maybe she's a heavy sleeper. Maybe she doesn't wake up every time someone on the other side of an 8,000 square foot house or an 11, it's huge, this place. When someone bangs on the door a couple of times, she doesn't spring to her feet and run upstairs to see what the masters are up to. I mean, it is ridiculous to keep saying these things couldn't have happened because Mrs. Surya didn't hear it. I mean, she's off in her room and she's minding her own business, and it's the middle of the night. I mean, how many of the neighbors didn't even hear the shotguns going off in the middle of the night? I mean, much earlier at night. Okay. His father comes up there, bangs on the door. Erik opens the door. And that's how he learns from his father's accusations and his father's threats that Lyle has not only talked to him about stopping this behavior and allowing Erik to go, but that Lyle has clearly said something that now has convinced Jose that Lyle is going to tell. Now, that wasn't part of Erik's plan. I mean, Erik never wanted Lyle to go in there and threaten their father. He just wanted him to say, I want this to stop. This is what I would like to have happen. But it's very clear from Jose Menendez's reaction. And in fact, he says to Erik, Lyle's going to tell. And Erik says, no, he won't. No, he won't. And Jose says, yes, he will. And Jose gets physical with Erik, and he tries to grab him, and Erik runs out. Now, this is very dramatic sounding testimony. I know that. But these are very extreme people. They do very dramatic things, both the parents and the children in this family. You have heard example after example of very extreme behavior by Jose and Kitty Menendez, and very extreme words. And so this is of a piece with who these people were. This is no different than letting a child jump off a counter and then going, told you so. This kind of confrontational behavior is no different than that. And Erik goes downstairs. And now remember, his mother has known that this crisis is coming. This isn't, oh, he then accidentally runs into his mother, and oh, he accidentally runs into his brother. The parents are in collusion here, because when Jose comes back from the business trip, Lyle says it's clear he knows that Lyle wants to have a talk with him, and he knows the topic, and he keeps Lyle waiting for 45 minutes. I'll be right down. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes, he says Thursday night. But he keeps Lyle waiting for 45 minutes, and then he comes down to listen to his son. And they're both in on this. And I mean, because Kitty was told what the subject would be, and she's up there for 45 minutes with Jose, figuring out what strategy are we going to use to keep these kids in our fist and to control them so that this thing doesn't get out. And the strategy is the same one as always: anger and fear and terrorizing. God forbid anybody in this family should ever talk. Okay, how should we deal with this? Oh no, parents rule, children follow. That's the law. So after Jose does his part, Erik sees his mother, who's downstairs in the TV room, no doubt wanting to find out what's cooking, okay? And she knows what's been going on, because at this point, we don't really know how long after the talk between Lyle, Erik gets home, how much time has passed between that talk, where I'm sure Kitty and Jose have talked to each other about what it was Lyle said and what it was Jose said to keep Lyle under control. But they are clearly in communication with each other. And therefore, that's why when Erik comes through the family room on his way to the guest house Kitty knows exactly what is going on, okay? And Erik is crying, and Erik is hysterical, and when she says, what's wrong with you? And he says to her, you wouldn't understand. Oh, she knows exactly what is on the agenda. She knows exactly what is going on in the family that night. And she says to him, of course I would. What do you think, I'm stupid? I know, I've always known. Because the kids have now, why is she willing to say this? Why is she that angry to throw it in his face? Because the kids have threatened her entire world, because Lyle has threatened Jose that he may go public. And that is the thing that is nearest and dearest her heart, is her status, is the public perception. I'm not just talking about a person whose status conscious is a materialist. I'm talking about a very insecure person, if you want to know the truth, for who this false image of herself is her only image of herself. And it's critically important to her. And she has spent her whole life putting out this false picture, hiding the truth at all costs. And she's not about to let the kids go public. And she is so upset that this threat has now entered her life that she is willing to throw it in Erik's face. She's willing to say something truthful inside this family, which happens so rarely. And so she lets Erik know. Yeah, she's known. This is no big surprise to her, but it is the end of his conception of the universe for Erik. Because no matter what she ever did to him, because no matter what she ever denied him, he loved his mother. You had to love your mother in that family, because you couldn't possibly kid yourself into thinking that your father loved you. But you could kid yourself, if you tried real hard, and he did, into thinking that his mother loved him. After all, she didn't do as many affirmatively horrible things to him. And it was very important to him to think that his mother loved him. And he needed somebody to love, so he loved her. And he liked it when she smiled. That was what he looked for in life. And now he finds out. He's always known she couldn't help him. He thought it was because she's a victim herself. He's always known she didn't help him. And he used to tell himself, well, she doesn't know. If my mommy knew, she'd come. Wouldn't she? And now he knows she knew, and she didn't come, and she didn't care. And that is a devastating blow. And what that really does, that I think this is the one thing I really can feel. I can't be Erik. I've tried, but it's hard. I can't be Erik. But one thing I can feel is your mother turning into a Martian before your very eyes. Whatever she was, he thought he knew her. Imagine your mother turning into an alien creature. How frightening that has to be. I don't know this person. And if you don't, and if the one thing you know about this person is she's going to protect her life at all costs, and she is now a Martian, she isn't even my earthling mother, all bets are off. This is a terrifying person. Everything else, buying guns, saying somebody's going to get killed, threatening to poison the family, wanting to kill herself, being brutal to them, all those things, yes, build up and make her a scary person. But that is the single scariest. I don't even know her. And she can therefore do anything. And that's why they are as frightened, and particularly Erik, as frightened, if not more so, by his mother, because his entire idea of her is blown. As by the father, at least whose brutality is, whose attitudes are known. They know what he's going to do. She's always been the unpredictable one. She's always been the unsettling one. And that only multiplies tenfold that Thursday night. And so he goes back and he has the conversations with his brother. What should we do? What should we do? And I've described to you, what some of those considerations were and why, in fact, when we talk about the involuntary manslaughter instruction and the imperfect self-defense, because of the way you're going to be instructed, that, we don't have to show more than unreasonableness. But so much of what their feelings were based on perfectly reasonable assumptions, given this family, okay? Given this history. And their entire discussion about why they can't get away and why they have no options is dead right. There is nothing unreasonable in thinking that with these parents and with their power and their money and their abilities and their smarts and their secretiveness all these years, that there is no way that you're going to be able to go to the police at 18 and convince them to do anything. And there's no way you're going to convince sweet Aunt Terry and dear Uncle Carlos and tough Aunt Martha or anybody. You're never going to convince anybody. These kids don't believe they're ever going to be believed anyway. And so often they're not when they should be. And then they come to trial like Erik has. And here I stand 2 days in the running, still trying to get you to believe him. I mean, and that's the hurdle they're really operating under. And they certainly knew that night. Who's going to believe worthless me when great dad is being accused? Nobody. Because I'm just a piece of garbage. Hasn't he told me that all my life? So what are their options? And their options runs the gamut of the extreme emotionalism that was created in this child, I submit to you, from the day he was born. They are terrified and they think survival. And that's what you're going to get with a child who's raised in this kind of environment. He is going to be that frightened and he is going to think survival. And so they make a decision. And there is a decision in this case. And I think that's what the constant confusion with the Oziel information is, because indeed they do make a decision. They make the same decision I talked about the other day. They make the decision to buy the gun to stop the burglar. And it looks like a plan. But it is just a decision. It's not a plan to kill. It's a plan to defend yourself. There was no other way to do it unless they wanted to wait for an opportune moment to go into their mother's closet and steal her rifles and hope they didn't notice it. There was nothing else they could do at that point but go and buy something to protect themselves with. And that's the Thursday night discussion where they decide to do that. And then comes Friday morning, and hope springs eternal, and Erik looks out, and it's a sunny day, and he doesn't want to deal with this. I mean, he's been an avoider anyway. That's one of his coping strategies. You don't think about the bad stuff if you don't have to. You dissociate. You try not to remember. You put it out of your mind. He talked about what happened during a very painful episode. He just tried to take his mind away. And now it's Friday morning, and it's Beverly Hills. It's California. You know, do you ever notice, by the way, as an aside, how difficult it is to stay melancholy in Southern California because it never rains enough? And you wake up and you're sort of feeling blue and the sun is out there and it's going to pull you out. And so here's Erik, who's been afraid the night before, and he's been up most of the night before, and he's been nightmaring since Tuesday, which is classic in his life. And he wants to think, no, there's no real problem. And Lyle, who to Erik is the voice of wisdom, even though we know he has terrible judgment. But there is Lyle saying, no, this is real, Erik. Remember, I have threatened our father with exposure, and there is no way they are going to let us live. And so he reignites, if you will, the fear, and they go and they buy the guns. Now, I'm not going to go back over the entire course of what they did because I'm tired and because you heard it and because it's been argued to you a lot. But the bottom line is he ultimately testifies to going to 3 different gun stores that day. And there is nothing particularly to his advantage in saying that. Clearly, he knew there was a 2-week waiting period for handguns, or they would have bought handguns, folks, because that makes the most sense. That's the planned crime. That's the prosecution's theory. And even to defend themselves, I mean, even more particularly to defend themselves, you would want handguns, wouldn't you? It's kind of hard to defend yourself if you're walking around with a shotgun in your pocket. If you're afraid that people are going to jump on you, it's sort of hard to tuck that shotgun in. Whereas it's real easy if you're afraid of other people to tuck in a handgun. And that's why it makes perfect sense that they would have wanted a handgun and couldn't get one because there is a 2-week waiting period, and did learn that somewhere along the line. And that's important because they clearly are in haste. And that's important because they'd have no reason to be in haste if this was a killing to end control. The only reason to be acting in haste is because they're afraid. And so, Your Honor, if you want me to finish today, I might be able to do it, but I'm going to need a break now, if that's what you want. I think I'm still going to be an hour. You're not going to do that to the jury. Good.
Thank you, Lord.
It's not the board.